Hello and welcome to GFI's virtual proposal writing workshop, Tips and Tricks for Seeking Alternative Protein Research. I'm Nicholas, and I am the Research Funding Partnerships Manager here at the Good Food Institute. So before we start the presentation today, there's a few things that I wanted to cover first. First, for those of you who are new to our work here at the Good Food Institute, we are a nonprofit think tank 100% driven by philanthropy. We work to unlock the knowledge and resources needed to transform how meat is made, satisfying rising food demands in ways that accelerate climate progress, protect animals and ecosystems, and strengthen public health. In short, our goal is a thriving world fed sustainably. If you're interested in a deeper dive into our open access technical reports and analyses, ecosystem building efforts, or research funding program, check out gfi.org/science. As you join, feel free to introduce yourself in the chat with your name, institution, and where you're tuning in from. We're thankful for this scientific community and appreciate you carving out time to participate in our virtual workshop today. This virtual workshop will be recorded and shared. We'll email everyone who has registered a copy of the recording, and you should feel free to share it with colleagues who are not able to attend. Finally, we ask that you keep your questions in the Q&A box throughout the workshop rather than in the chat. This will help us keep track of those questions more easily. We'll have specific times in which we'll take the Q&A and answer them after the program officer talk and the researcher talks. Additionally, the workshop today is focused on the research funding system in the United States. We hope this content will be helpful for those outside of the US, but research funding systems can vary significantly between countries. We ask that any questions you ask today stay relevant to US-based researchers seeking research funding, given those differences across countries. We encourage any attendees outside of the US to engage with GFI affiliates in their region, and you can find out more about GFI's global affiliates at gfi.org/global. So our workshop today it started at noon Eastern and will go until 5 Eastern. And so if you need to come or go throughout that time, do so as you need to. After I'm done with this welcome, I'll give a short presentation on the research funding landscape, and that will then be followed at 12:20 by our program officer talk. Then at 1, there will be a presentation on building the case for alternative protein research, and that will be followed by a 15-minute break at 1:30. We'll then return at 1:45 Eastern for presentations by researchers. After those presentations, there will be another 15-minute break, and then we'll have a panel with those researchers. And then finally, at 4:30, we'll close out stating a few additional resources that you might find useful. So to start and kind of set the stage for the workshop today, I'm going to give a brief presentation on the funding landscape. And again, I'm Nicholas, the Research Funding Partnerships Manager at the Good Food Institute. So the first thing that you're probably thinking about when you want to know or are searching for alternative protein research opportunities is who is funding this work. And so I started using our research grant tracker that the Good Food Institute has, narrowed it down to just grantees in the US during the time period of 2021 until 2025 to get sort of that contemporaneous funding. And the top 3 funders during that period by alphabetical order by acronym are the Bezos Earth Fund, the USDA's National Institute of Food and Agriculture, and the National Science Foundation. So the Bezos Earth Fund supported the Centers for Sustainable Protein at 3 institutions, one of them being the North Carolina State University. The National Institute of Food and Agriculture actually had the most individual awards in our data set. And I'll talk some more about one of their programs that's particularly important in this space. And then the National Science Foundation has funded a number of awards in alternative proteins. But it's not just these three large funders that fund work in alternative proteins. We at the Good Food Institute have a research grant program that has funded a variety of US awards. The Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research has funded several awards in alternative protein topics. State governments are definitely important sources of funding. Our research grant tracker underrepresents the importance of state funding because of how that allocation process works. But we know that state governments can be important funders. And this work has been funded by a variety of federal agencies, DARPA, the Department of Energy, NASA. There have also been a variety of philanthropic funders, the Gates Foundation and the like. And there's a variety of public-private partnerships that have been important in funding this work, whether that be like the defense institutes like BioMaid, or that be through corporate co-sponsorship or other various means of public-private partnerships. So beyond who's funding the research, there are a few particularly notable programs that support alternative protein work. One of those are the SBIR and STTR programs. So those offer non-dilutive funding that support projects leading towards a pathway to commercialization. So they're that sort of tech transfer kind of program. And we've seen alternative protein projects funded by the SBIR and STTR programs at NSF, USDA, NASA, and the Department of Energy. The USDA NIFA's AFRI program, which is their Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, is also an important program for alternative protein research. The AFRI program supports research, education, and extension in the agricultural sciences and offers a wide variety of grant types, including standard grants, seed grants, workshops, fellowships, and training grants. And they have three main notices of funding opportunity for the program. So there's the education and workforce development opportunity, the foundational and applied sciences program, and then the strengthening agricultural systems program. There's a range of program areas within each of those opportunities, many of which can apply to alternative proteins. And so it's worth looking and seeing where your work might fit into AFRI's program and how their review cycles and deadlines work. Another program I thought important to mention for a US-based audience is the EPSCoR program. So the EPSCoR program stands for the Established Program to Stimulate Competitive Research. And it's offered by a number of the research funding agencies. And the point of this program is to increase the amount of funding going to states or territories that receive less funding from that agency. And so that means the list of eligible institutions for EPSCoR differ by the various funding agencies. So it's worth seeing if your state or territory fits into the EPSCoR program for the given funder that you're interested in, if they're a federal funder. Many of the funding agencies have specific programs and opportunities for EPSCoR states. And NSF is a particularly notable one. Each of their EPSCoR jurisdictions have websites that list their initiatives and other resources that you might be able to tap into. So if you're in an EPSCoR eligible state or territory, it's worth looking more into the program. Okay, so now that we've talked about where alternative protein researchers are getting funding, I thought it would be helpful to talk some about what the current federal research funding landscape looks like. I know in the past year, there's been a lot of disruption and a lot of uncertainty, and some of that persists, but it might be useful to look at what the actual numbers are beginning to look like. And so I'm going to start with the National Science Foundation and spend most of my time on it because it presents the numbers in a really clear way, and it's often synonymous with research funding. So the National Science Foundation is an independent federal agency that was created by Congress in the 50s to promote the progress of science, to advance the national health, prosperity, and welfare, and to secure the national defense. And so one of the things that we can look at with NSF is its budget over time. And so that's commonly called the appropriations because their budget is appropriated by Congress. So as you can see, the budget for NSF has been flat to increasing over time with a small decrease for this fiscal year. And this fiscal year runs from October 1st, 2025 until September 30th, 2026. So for this fiscal year, the National Science Foundation's budget is $8.75 billion. Now, you might be interested in more than just budget. For example, you might be interested in what's the funding rate, right? What percentage of proposals get awarded, get funded? So if we look over time, we see it's a little noisier than the appropriations. But for this past fiscal year, the 2025 fiscal year, there was a notable decline in the funding rate. And that decline put the funding rate at 19%. Now, a few caveats with funding rate. Funding rate is not consistent across program. So you can't necessarily extrapolate by this funding rate to how the NSF career awards were or how a given NSF program was. But overall, the funding rate at NSF is 19%. You commonly will not be able to find out the funding rate for an individual program, but NSF does sometimes aggregate the funding rate at higher levels, if you're interested. So one of the things you may have noticed then is while the budget actually last year was not as affected, we see this drop in the funding rate. And so you might wonder what is going on there to create this disconnect. And AAAS and a few other organizations have looked at the numbers and come up with a few reasons why we see this decline in funding rate at the National Science Foundation. So one of those is we saw fewer but larger awards. That could be due to inflation. It can also be due to the size category of awards that were supported last fiscal year. We also saw NSF award more standard grants and fewer continuing grants. So in a standard grant, they provide the full budget up front. In a continuing grant, the budget is released incrementally, usually each year. And so they gave more of the money up front last year, as opposed to giving it in annual increments. NSF also increased its forward funding last year, and that's where they, in those continuing grant situations, they pay future years early. So you can think of it like paying your mortgage early, right? Making early mortgage payments. And the effect of these changes in funding means that NSF reduced its future year obligations for funding, right? So by doing fewer continuing grants and doing more forward funding, they decreased the amount that they're committed to in the future, paying more of it this year. And we don't know the extent to which these trends will persist, but those were the notable trends last fiscal year. Another thing you may hear when people are talking about research budgets are the requests. So like the president's budget request or the agency's request. And so here I've plotted one line you've seen before, which is the dark green line or the circles, and that's the appropriations. So that's the actual budget provided by Congress. But the yellow line, which are the squares, are those budget requests. So you'll notice for this fiscal year, the budget request was dramatically lower than the actual appropriation, the actual budget. And so it's worth keeping in mind when you hear like the president's budget request for NSF for next fiscal year is $4.86 billion. That ultimately it's Congress who decides what level NSF will be funded at. And you can see the trend in what Congress has decided versus what various presidents have asked for over the past 10 years. I won't go into as much detail on the USDA's National Institute of Food and Agriculture, but since it's such an important funder for alternative protein research, I still wanted to mention it. So NIFA supports research, education, extension, and outreach across the agricultural sciences. Its budget is down slightly this year from last year, and its budget this fiscal year is $1.667 billion. Another trend you might hear people talk about in food and agriculture research is a decline in public funding for food and agriculture research. This is a global trend, so while I've captured some US headlines here, we could repeat this same story with many other countries across the globe, and in fact, much of the developed world. Um, but there has been this larger scale trend on the order of 2 decades of a decline in public agriculture support for R&D. Now, I've included a graph from the Economic Research Service. So the line that starts at the top and ends up at the bottom is public funding for agricultural and food R&D. But you'll notice the other lines are private funding for food and agriculture R&D. So there is this increasing role of the private sector in funding agriculture and food research and development, and that could mean opportunities to explore public-private partnerships or other involvement of that private funding in food and agriculture research. Now, given I've talked about budgets declining for this fiscal year, I wanted to note that there is reason to think that there is room for alternative protein research to grow its piece of the pie, even if the pie itself isn't necessarily growing. So there is a known public investment gap in alternative protein research. The GINA report estimated a need of $4.4 billion a year globally in publicly beneficial R&D funding for alternative proteins, but we've only seen about $2.1 billion globally to date. And so that means there's room for the research to grow if those funding opportunities were met. Remember, of course, that NSF and NIFA have budgets this fiscal year of 8.75 billion and 1.667 billion, which are researcher initiated and support a wide variety of sciences and agricultural sciences. And so there's room to grow within those budgets. We've also seen new funders into this space, right? The Bezos Earth Fund is one of the top 3 funders, and it was only founded in 2020. And part of why alternative protein research may have room to grow its share of the pie is that it touches many focus areas for public agencies and private philanthropies, right? So it could be rural prosperity and food security. It could be climate, environment, or public health. Or it could just be that alternative protein research can be important in addressing the foundational science and engineering questions that face many disciplines. And so you should think about the various funding agencies and what aspect of alternative protein research they might be interested in. So to kind of summarize this, NSF and NIFA are the major public funders in the United States. Their budgets have been flat to declining in recent years, but the persistence of those funding trends and trends in things like funding rates are an open question. There's notable programs like SBIR, STTR, and AFRI that are worth looking into if your research might be relevant. There are a variety of funders in the space that you should keep your eyes peeled for, whether that be the federal agencies, your state or territory government, as well as philanthropy and public-private partnerships. And there's room for alternative protein research to grow its share of the research funding pie. And so with that dive into the alternative protein funding landscape, now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Constance Gewa to give our program officer talk to give you a little bit of perspective from the funder side. So over to you, Constance.
Thank you, Nicholas. My name is Constance Gewa. I'm a scientific program director with the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research, often referred to as FAR. So you may hear me say FAR and not call out the full name. So I was asked to present on a program officer's perspective and really, how our program's designed, how do we think about the research program before we put out the calls. But I just want to be clear that the perspective that I'm presenting today represents, really, based on my experience at the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research. It does not represent what other foundations, how other foundations may view or approach how they define their programs or other entities. So just have that in mind. So there may be some similarities, but there may be some things that are more unique to the way we do things at FAR and are different from other organizations. So before I do that, I just wanted to share with you really what a management cycle looks like for me coming in from the funder side. What I think about, what are the steps and the phases that I have to keep in mind as I am thinking through defining and working together to design a program. And so through this, as I think through the pre-award, the award, the post-award phases of a program, it really helps me think through what are our needs? What are the needs that of this program across the whole cycle? And that will help inform what goes into that RFA, how we define that program, how we put it out to the public, and the processes involved and others that are involved in making this successful. So in thinking through those different phases, we are able to align the timelines that we have within the organization because there are multiple programs that are running. So we want to make sure that the timelines that we put in the RFA aligns with all the other programs that are taking place within the organization as well. What are the expected review? What is the expected review process? Right? What are our reviewer needs? And so that will determine, again, what we are asking for. What is the grant management cycle as a whole and the needs within that cycle. So there's so many things that we think about across, not just pre-award, not just the RFA, but also what is going to happen once it's awarded, how it's supposed to be managed. Those are things we need to pay attention to. Feasibility of the program is critical to us. And so the cycle becomes an important aspect of helping us think through this. As I mentioned, the timelines are key, reporting requirements, because once we figure that out within our cycle, then we know what we're including in the RFA. What are the budget structures that are outlined in that? All those must match with what the organization, as a funding organization, finds realistic and can be supported throughout the whole process, including the implementation stages and the monitoring. So these are critical aspects for us to think through. We also think ahead beyond just the implementation. We also think about, as I mentioned, the tracking of the program, the evaluation of the program. Who is going to do it? Do we have the resources? At what point do we need for that to take place? And so that determines helps us think through what is to be included in the RFA and how it's supposed to be designed. So it's the science, but it's also the management of that program that is going to influence how we write the RFA, how we put it out there and make it available to the public, the requirements that we include in the RFA as well. And this is important to us because everything that we learn across these phases influences how we define our programs and also helps strengthen the impact that we want to see as an organization. Because we do have certain desires as an organization, we have a mission. And so whatever we learn through these cycles will help inform and strengthen our impact of our research programs. So as you think about when you see an RFA or a research program is made available, always think about this as strategic tools. We define these RFAs and our research programs as strategic tools, and we think about them within multiple contexts. So what is driving the RFA is going to be key to us. And so some of the things that actually drive the RFA include the mission of the organization. What is the mission? And what is our overarching goal? And how will this RFA or research program help us achieve that mission? What are the gaps within that space? Whether it is the science, the scientific gaps, the policies that are out there, and also the portfolio. So you're thinking larger within the larger context, but also you're thinking within the organization and within your priority area, what your portfolio needs and those gaps that need to be addressed, and whether that's the right program to address those gaps. We think about stakeholder input. Our programs at FAR are informed by stakeholders, and it takes us maybe 6 months to 12 months to really gather this input and use that to define the kinds of programs that we are putting out there, the research programs that we are developing. The budget constraints, of course, and of course, the timelines that I mentioned earlier. Under the key design choices, we do think of the scope and the specificity of the program. Some of our programs are really large and focus in really wide areas. Some are quite narrow and very specific. So you always want to think about, as a researcher who intends on submitting a proposal, what is the scope of this program? You may have a wonderful idea, but if it does not fit within the scope of that program or that call, then it is just a wonderful idea that may not be funded within that program. So have that in mind. The eligibility criteria. Eligibility criteria is something that's important not only for the individual researcher, but also for the organization. There are certain programs that are really keen on what organization can apply to this funding or to that particular program, and also what kind of what are the requirements for the PI, for example, or the kinds of partnerships that partners they are looking for within that research team that is eligible to apply for that particular program. The funding mechanism is something that we pay attention to as well in how we define the program. And then in terms of the other embedded priorities, the interdisciplinary work is important to us at FAR. Translational research is something that we pay attention to. And so when you look through our programs and through our calls, that is embedded, it's part of our mission statement, it's embedded within our programs. So when you think about translational research, I know some researchers may have really interesting early research work, but that may not be the intended targets for that particular program. So always pay attention to what the RFA is calling for. The required partnership, as I mentioned earlier as well. And some programs may have some diversity equity requirements. Again, paying attention to that, whether that is within your teams, whether that is within the regions that you're working on, where the programs will be implemented. So again, those diversity equity clauses or statements is something that you have to think about as well. So just to share with you an example of a recent RFA, the RFA on enhancing the flavor of plant-based and fermentation-derived proteins. This is an RFA that was a partnership between GFI and FAR. And so with that, we start from the very beginning. Is there any alignment? Even before we get to writing these RFAs, is there any alignment between the two organizations? What is it that we want to achieve within our missions? And if there's an alignment, whether this is a space that we can continue to work on together. Pay attention to the program goals that we agree upon, looking at the gaps, both at market needs, the science, looking at the priorities within organizations and how this particular program helps us fill those needs and gaps within our priority areas. Stakeholder input. This is a program that took us a while to put together. And I think even before the RFA came out, we held multiple meetings with various stakeholders, including a convening. And that is a process that took about a year, slightly less than a year to put together. So it really takes a while for these programs to be built. Budget constraints determine how much we're going to fund in this particular program and the kinds of budgets we are looking for in each for each application. And the scope of this program, again, was very targeted. And as I said earlier, again, paying attention to what is supported in this particular program, using this as an example, and what is not supported. So those are areas where we are really keen on. We pay attention and we give examples of what is not supported so that your answers, if you have any questions, you're able to, use that RFA to help inform that as well. So I just wanted to mention some of the key RFA components that when you have an RFA or an announcement, we pay attention again, the research requirements, and then there's the other section of eligibility evaluation criteria. Those are the two components that I always find are really important. Of course, everything within an RFA is important, but paying attention to these two areas, these two components is critical. So within the research requirements, we clearly state the eligibility criteria, both for the organization, which organization can apply, because grants go to the organization. Grants don't go to individuals. So what kind of organizations can submit an application? And also for the PI, what are the characteristics of the PI that we're looking for? Are we looking for an early career scientist? Are we looking for mid-career scientists? So those are things you want to pay attention to. In terms of the organization, are we looking at, for example, institutions of higher learning? Are we looking at research entities, irrespective of whether they're institutions of higher learning or not? Is this RFA open to companies, private companies? So organization and the PI is going to be part of that eligibility criteria. Providing the applicants and investigator details, as I mentioned, and then paying attention to the required parts. What are the required proposal sections? Because that tells us what must not be ignored. Anything under requirements should not be ignored in your application. That is just I would say that is the rule that you go with. If it is required, it is needed. Required attachments and support documents. And one thing I would like to encourage, when something is not clear or you have any questions, please always reach out to the program officer. There's always contact information provided. And I know at FAR, we do our best, and at GFI as well, doing their best to respond to your questions. Pay attention to the limits. So that means you have to pay attention to, for example, the page limits, what matters the most. Because we can have a lot to say, but with those limits, we are saying we just want to know the most important components of this application. And so stick to the page limits. Under the evaluation criteria, always be aware that the evaluation criteria language, it actually mirrors what we give and we provide to the reviewers. So whatever we include in the evaluation criteria, that's what we're going to ask the reviewers to look for. And in the RFAs, if you look at the evaluation criteria and you look at the reviewer component part of, or I mean component of the RFA, you compare the content, it's really the same language. So the evaluation criteria is something that, will indicate, again, if it's well done, there's a very high likelihood of it being funded. It determines who is going to be funded, what will not be funded. So with patent scientific merit, feasibility, the project details, the research team, the budgeting, for example, the timeline, all those determine the feasibility of the program. The impact of the application as well. Stakeholder engagement is something we pay attention to at FAR, and we look out for it even in your applications. The kinds of partnerships that you've built and included within the application, and the role of those of the different partners. So I always say, read the RFA carefully. There's some common mistakes we see in the RFAs and the applications that we receive. So we've seen cases where people reuse proposals without tailoring to the call. So if you submitted something maybe last year and you're submitting it again for the either round 2 of that call or maybe a slightly different program without necessarily making changes or tailoring it to what the current call might be. So people reusing proposals without paying attention to that, tailoring it, ignoring the specific aims of the required formats of the applications, not paying attention to the eligibility criteria. We've had a number of cases where, the idea is wonderful, it's innovative, but the fact that they did not meet the eligibility criteria, they are not forwarded and are not funded. So that's something that, it's sad, but it does happen. So pay attention to the eligibility criteria. If you're not sure, always reach out to the program officer and clarify. Misaligned goals or scope, despite how interesting or how strong the science is also quite a common mistake. And then what do strong applications look like? Or what do they do? So they explicitly map application sections to the evaluation criteria. So the evaluation criteria is what we're going to look for, and we're going to ask reviewers to pay attention to. Of course, eligibility and many other things in the RFA. But when it comes to the reviewing part, that component of reviewing, we're going to take that evaluation criteria and map it to what we're asking the reviewers to pay attention to or to look out for. So explicitly map that application uh, sections to the evaluation criteria. Using the RFA's language shows that you understand the topic. It also shows that you had some experience working within that area. Demonstrate clear alignment with program priorities as well. So in terms of the review process, as I mentioned earlier, the reviewers look for how well your proposal aligns with the program goals, but also how well it aligns with the evaluation criteria. They look at the clear problem statement and importance of that application. Why should your proposal be funded? What is the problem you're trying to resolve? It is clearly stated what it is you're trying to solve and why it's important that is the application that is going to help solve that problem. The innovation in what is being proposed, logical, feasible methodology, and again, very clear methodology that is easy to follow as well. The evidence of impact or evidence of scalability of the innovation. Pay attention to the qualified team with clearly defined roles. We've seen cases where you have a good team, but it's not clear what each member of the team is going to play. Again, not everybody in the team, but who are the key persons, the key personnel within the proposed research team. And what are their roles in that work? So sometimes you have a good team, but you have not clearly defined what their roles are going to be. We've seen proposals where, despite having a diverse team, the PI seems to be handling everything, and that is not feasible. So those are some of the things that may seem minor, but they really help determine whether a proposal will be funded or not. Realistic timeline and budget. This is something that also does come up multiple times, where the timeline the work that has been presented does not seem to match the timeline that is being has been identified. And so many times there are questions: how are you going to complete that work within that timeline? Or how will you complete the proposed work with the budget that you've proposed? They don't seem to be matching or aligned. So some common weaknesses: over ambitious scope. If you have an overly ambitious scope, that most likely will lead to the proposal not being funded. Vague methods. There's need for clarity and specificity in the methods that you're proposing to utilize for your proposal. Weak linkage between aims and outcomes. This is something that I always recommend, that, even if RFA does not call for or request for a logic model or an impact pathway, just for yourself, put together a logic model and see how there's the connection from your inputs all the way to the outcomes of that program. And so where are the connections? Where are the gaps between those connections? And address those as you are writing your proposal. Write an impact pathway, design one, look at it, and again, look at the connections and identify where the gaps may exist. So even if they don't request for that logic model, the impact pathway, use it for your own planning purposes. And I see stronger applications when people do that than if they don't. Minimal or lack of stakeholder end user engagement. For us at FAR, this is something that is really important. We want to see that the research that is being funded has an intended user, that it is resolving and addressing real world problems. And so we want to see the connection from how are these intended users or the stakeholders involved really from the problem, from the very beginning in defining what is going to be addressed, in defining the program goals, the aims, in being involved in deciding what the methodology is, all the way to the end. So we want to see the engagement because at the end of the day, we want to see research funded that has potential for impact, that has potential for use in the real world. So that's something we want to pay attention to. And then poor integration of skills or skills or integration between disciplines. So I will move forward. I'll move a little bit faster now because of the time. Um, so I don't know that we have the time to do this, but I had given an example here of a request on accelerating development for bold methodologies that can be used to measure household or food waste across the U.S. food system in the U.S. And I gave an example of this. And Nicholas, do we go ahead and share this, or can we just move on to the next because of time?
We can move on to the next, just to make
Yeah,
sure we have time for questions.
thank you. So in terms of engaging program officers, I would say again, reach out early, as I mentioned earlier. And I say when you get to meet with a program officer, use this as an informational session. Soundboard different ideas, be open-minded. We've seen cases sometimes where people come in very limited and they're really stuck on the kind of idea they want to discuss. And that becomes a difficult meeting to have. I always say come in open-minded, share different ideas because the program officer is not a yes, no. That meeting is not a yes, no meeting, go, no go, green lighting a project or green lighting an idea. That's not what we, as a program officer, that I would do. But I'm open to discussing how this aligns with the priority of the organization, with the goals of the RFA or the call or the program. We are happy to have those kinds of discussions. But I would never say, yes, this is going to be the winning idea. So coming open-minded, ask questions, and in situations where the program officer is open to it, share a one-page concept if they are open to reading that concept note. And then some key takeaways, again, align with priorities, write to the criteria, and read like a reviewer. And with that, pay attention to clarity, the feasibility, alignment, and innovation. And that's it from my end.
Thank you. Um, so one of the questions that we have is what all do program officers and reviewers look at when they evaluate budgets? Do you have tips for applicants when they draft budgets? Um, I know there's sometimes talk about what's appropriate, how much wiggle room should you give yourself,
Yeah.
those kinds of issues.
So yeah, of course, we pay attention to the budget. First of all, are you within the range that we are looking to fund for each proposal? But in addition to just the total budget, we want to see how you're actually divvying up that budget. Are you overfunding one place versus the other? Going back to that methodology, what did you say you want to do in this space? How much are you allocating to it? Are you having funds going to more of personnel versus your lab work? So there's so many components in. So it's the total budget. It's how it is divided within that. We also look at the budget justification. We ask for it. And so we want to see how you're justifying and reasoning through how, I don't want to say each cent, but how the proportions and are used appropriately within that.
Great, thank you. So one of our questioners has asked, if it takes so long to design the RFA, and then it takes time to review the applications and award the grants, Are there concerns from the funder side of the grant scope being out of date by time the funding is awarded? If so, what steps are grant giving institutions taking to address that? And if timeliness is not a concern, can you elaborate on why?
That's, that's a good question. Yeah, you're right. It takes a while to define research programs. And again, that goes back because we want to make sure that we are designing programs that are meeting and addressing existing gaps, whether it is the scientific science, gaps within science, gaps within practice, gaps within the market. So yes, those are things, and there's the concern that you're right. It may take so long that, how do we keep up with the changing information, right, and the science? So when we define it, at least at FAR, what we do when we design a program, we are always working with various comedian, various experts. And so the defining of the RFA is not a one stop. It's not a one stop and it's done, right? We are defining the program and we have that first phase and we keep learning and we're engaging with the experts. As that continues, we refine our programs as we continue. So maybe that first phase, we may find one thing or the other. Within the next 2 or 3 years, that program has been updated to reflect what is going on. So there's always the need for us to keep up with that. And it's not easy, but we try our best to keep up with the science as it changes. So it is an ongoing process. And so there will be, even if a program has multiple phases or multiple calls, those calls are usually not exactly the same because things may change, the science may change, the policy may change. And I'm going back to the point where I said, go back and don't just submit a proposal because it was not funded in round one, but it will meet round two. Round two may be slightly different. So if you are going to use that proposal, make sure to edit it to match that round two call because most likely that round two call has been advanced a little bit and has changed, edited a little bit to match the needs at that time.
Great, that's helpful. So what signals can applicants use to anticipate emerging priorities?
Oh, wow, that's a good question. Uh, I might actually, Nicholas, if you have something to share, please do. But for us, we do work within our priority areas. So within our priority areas, we have specific, I would say, research umbrellas, really large research umbrellas. They say these are really large topics. And they say we're going to fund over the next 5 years far off within these specific priority areas. This is what we're going to focus on. So one, pay attention to the strategic goals of the organization. Pay attention to their priority areas, and if within a defined period of time. So we define our programs or we define our priority areas over a 5 year period. So over those 5 year period, that 5 year period, we know the specific places where we want to invest. So that's the one thing to pay attention to, the mission and the priority areas and the research topics of focus within that 5 years. And then the other thing that we pay attention to, FAR does a lot of convenings where we are able to bring in experts and have these conversations. And with that, we release convening reports. Most of our convenings will then be followed up by a call of some sort because we don't just do for convening for the sake of convening. We convene so that we can define a program. And by the time you're releasing a call, it's about maybe 3 to 4 months after the report has been released. So you have some time. But again, go back to the goals, priorities, the defined interest within 5 years. Pay attention to convening reports that we are making public through our websites as well. That's one way to go about it.
Yeah, I think those are all great points. Yeah, otherwise it's kind of keep track of the science
Yeah.
in your area.
Yeah.
You know, on the funding side, we're trying to track where those needs are, just like you're trying to follow the science.
Yeah.
So we have another question about budgets. So what signals indicate a budget is over or underestimated? And are there any common red flags?
I think for us, and I will say this because so the way we review our applications when they come in, we actually also involve our grant officers who are the budget experts. So for me, when what it might be very glaring as I pay attention to how the money has been divvied across the different components of the budget, but I also see whether you've overfunded or underfunded certain areas. So that's something that I pay attention to. But I think with our grant officers, they dig deeper than much more than I would do as a scientist. So I can't say there's any specific one, otherwise when it's over budgeting or underfunding compared to what you actually said you're going to do. That's something that I pay attention to. If all the monies that, for example, are going to the personnel, as I mentioned earlier, without you paying attention to budgeting money towards your materials, or those are things that I definitely would be a red flag for me. So going back and making sure there's alignment between what you're saying you're doing and what you put in the budget.
Yeah, that is good advice. Those topical area, all the things going to personnel and such.
Mhm.
Um, could be red flags. Okay, next question. How are research funders responding to emerging global challenges like climate, AI, public health?
That's a good question. At FAR, I know I can speak to what we do at FAR, and there's a lot that is going on, and the science is changing a lot of information being generated every day, every year. So one of the things, because we know our mission, within our mission, is to really convene experts to address challenges within the food system. So funding comes as a result of that. And so we look at ourselves as the number one thing we need to do is to convene experts to be able to keep up with what is happening, right? So we are always having these conversations. We hope that we are able to keep up that way. But I'm going to be honest, you know, you try your best. There's certain things you may miss. We are always open to receiving information from applicants. We have on our website where we do recommend that people could submit concept notes. And so we learn some of these things from those concept notes that we received. An SPD, I'm always more than happy to meet with researchers individually or otherwise, convening or otherwise, to have these conversations because we know we don't have all the answers and we're not keeping up with everything. We try our best. So I say for me, it's really just being open to having those conversations, whether within formal, defined spaces that's like convenings or just other meetings with individuals as well.
Yeah. Do you want to talk maybe a little more about your concept note process and how you use them at FAR?
Um, so for in cases where someone submits just in an individual concept is not responding to a call, what we do is really to start a conversation. So when we receive a concept note, the first thing as an SPD, I check whether it aligns with any of the four or three areas that I'm looking to fund within that period. So last within the 5 years of interest. So if it is, then and it seems interesting, I don't have to know everything about it, but the first thing I'll do is say, hey, can we have some time to talk about this? And so that starts that conversation. That's at the process. What is this about? Who are the partners? How much have you done in this space? So that starts the conversation. And then from there, we are able to move on to the fund if we want to fund it. If we are interested in a topic that aligns with our missions and priorities, I will then request a concept note, which is then submitted to start a formal review process within FAR. And that is because FAR funds we have multiple funding mechanisms. We have an RFA where you see an RFA call. There's a competitive program RFA call. Anybody who meets the criteria and is an expert in that space can apply. But we also have what we call direct funding. Direct funding is when there's a concept not of interest that has been brought to our attention, either it's originating from within far or outside, and we're looking for an entity to conduct that research. So in this case, the concept not would fall under what we call direct funding. If it is in alignment with our mission priorities, we start a review, an internal review process. They'll eventually be asked to submit a proposal, which goes through the usual scientific rigor or review process as well. But it's a way for us to start having a conversation about your idea.
Great, thank you. Uh, so we have another question in the Q&A. When is the best time to reach out to a program officer? How can researchers build a long-term relationship with program officers, and should they?
Yes, they should. Absolutely, they should. When is the best time? I say anytime. Don't wait for an RFA to be out there to reach out to a program officer. And so for us, that is really important. If our researcher reaches out, we start, we get to know you, we get to know about your ideas, we get to know about the work that you're doing and the science that you're doing, but also others in that field as well, right? So it helps inform us as well. And so if there are any convenings or even committees or that we are looking for experts to be part of the discussions, it doesn't hurt to be part of those conversations. It doesn't hurt to serve in some of those committees, to be included in those discussions. So my answer is anytime, reach out to program officer. Don't wait until there's a call for you to do that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Another item along that vein is I'd encourage you to reach out to program officers to serve as a reviewer.
Mhm.
Program officers are often looking for reviewers.
Thank you, Nicholas. Absolutely. Always looking for reviewers. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I know you have a hard stop,
Yes.
so thank you so much for joining us and uh, helping talk to everyone about the funder's perspective. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you so much for that, Constance. Hi, everyone. I'm Bianca Dada. I'm the Senior Scientific Partnerships Manager for the Good Food Institute, and I am going to transition us into the portion of this workshop that's focused on speaking with the researchers who are in the process or have successfully applied for funding. And to kick that off, as a reminder, I'm going to speak for a little bit and then we'll be going into a break after this session. And then we're going to transition into our talks from expert researchers. So I'm gonna kick us off by chatting a little bit about how we can think about the narratives and building the case for alternative protein research. So thinking about how we position this work, especially considering all of the fantastic information that we've just heard from Nicholas and Constance about evolving funding priorities, different opportunities, and how we have to be really mindful of different timely RFAs and make sure that we're matching the work with the needs that we're seeing in the funding ecosystem. So to start off with, I want to just bring up the opening slide that Nicholas had presented us with, which is this idea of a thriving world fed sustainably. So what does this actually mean? We kind of alluded to the idea of accelerating climate progress, protecting animals and ecosystem, and strengthening public health. And so one of the things that I'd like to do with our time together today is chat a little bit more about how we position protein diversification and alternative proteins as levers to actually make systematic changes in these spaces and kind of thinking about how this is a really unique space that has the opportunity to have a really powerful impact across many different cause areas, which means that as researchers, we have a host of ways that we can think about positioning our work, which is particularly helpful in moments like this where it can feel like the funding ecosystem is challenging. So when I kind of go out and give talks about alternative proteins, many of you have probably heard me kind of give some variant of this. I really like to start with the basics of feeding people, something that brings everyone to the table, something that everyone can kind of get behind, that doesn't feel partisan and is just based on the evidence that we're seeing. And so really this is the fundamental question that I think motivates so much of this work, this idea of how we're actually going to provide nutritious, affordable protein to a growing population. And often when I think about that, it makes it a lot easier to transition into this idea of protein diversification. So really just emphasizing that we are facing limited planetary resources and we're facing a growing population. So we need to think of new methods for creating these foods that people rely on and that people find nutritious and delicious. And really emphasizing our opportunities to think about that in terms of sustainability, efficiency, and safety. And this is kind of where we would point to our suite of alternative protein technologies, thinking about plant-based options, cultivated options, and fermentation-derived options. And many of you are extremely familiar with that, so I'm not going to go into depth about the specifics. I'm just going to give you some case studies and some example narratives that I use to make the case for this field. And we're really leaning into protein diversification to emphasize this idea that we need to come up with more options to produce food for a growing population. So that's really where I like to start, and I think that's kind of the foundation for many of the applications that we would put forth and reaching different audiences around this kind of research. And so to get into what that means a little bit more specifically, we can start by thinking about the land, one of our primary planetary resources. And the land use opportunity of alternative proteins it's really extraordinary. GFI has recently conducted a land use analysis with Highland Economics, and we went through and revealed a few key learnings. So the first is that we're able to make the same amount of protein with less cropland. So alternative proteins in the American protein supply would require about 47.3 million fewer acres of cropland, which is pretty incredible. The second finding was that alternative proteins enable large-scale restoration of threatened US ecosystems. So by shifting towards this production method, we could enable a restoration of cropland acreage in 139 or 64% of the 216 US ecosystems that are currently threatened. So we get to see these kind of compounding effects of this transition. The third finding was that alternative proteins can actually create space to maximize carbon sequestration through the restoration of forests and riparian areas. And so there we're thinking about an annual carbon sequestration opportunity of 177.8 million metric tons of CO2. So that's, again, really, really huge potential that we're looking at here. And then the final finding from this report was that the restoration opportunities vary by region. And part of why I bring this up is that we're kind of coming from all over the country, and when you're trying to align your work with different funding opportunities and looking at different proposals, as Constance mentioned, you want to be really thoughtful about aligning the work that you're doing with the goals of the program. And often that means that different things are going to resonate in different regions. So one of the things that I'll kind of bring up a couple times in my messages to you are that there are these different opportunities across the US that will have different implications on a local scale. And that's something that we're really trying to think more about as we build out the research community and examine opportunities for research funding. The second opportunity that we think about a lot is the environmental benefits of switching to a diversified meat portfolio. So this goes beyond just the land. Another comparative study that we conducted recently was a life cycle assessment looking at plant-based and animal-based meats, and we found that there were significant environmental benefits in reducing global warming, water consumption, marine eutrophication. It's kind of like choose your own adventure of which of these environmental benefits you want to look at, because there are so many implications of how plant-based meat can provide the same amount of meat with 89% less impact on the environment on average. And we've kind of run parallel analyses on cultivated meat and other things. So this is an opportunity we're seeing across the board. And then we can think about the growing impact of pandemics on our health and safety. So in 2021, in the midst of COVID-19, we saw firsthand many of the weak points in our supply chains and in our health and safety systems. And in the midst of COVID-19, the UN Environmental Program identified 7 human-mediated factors that are most likely to continue to drive the emergence of zoonotic diseases that could lead to future pandemics. And when we look at that, the first two are directly related to intensive animal agriculture. So that's thinking about increasing human demand for animal protein, thinking about unsustainable agricultural intensification. And then when we look at the next two, thinking about increased use and exploitation of wildlife and unsustainable use of natural resources, these are kind of indirectly still related to animal agriculture. And then we have increased travel and transportation, and then changes in food supply and climate change. So when we put this all together, we know that pandemics and antibiotic resistance are destabilizing our food supply chain. We saw that directly in 2020. We're kind of seeing that across the nation in different ways when we think about avian flu, impacts on egg prices, things like that. And many of the primary cause areas or cause factors for that can be related to the way that we are raising livestock right now. And so we can point to protein diversification and alternative proteins as a way to potentially mitigate these very serious harms. So when we put all of those pictures together, one of the things that becomes pretty evident is that alternative proteins have these potential benefits for US security. And one of the main messages that we want to convey is that our food security, our food supply chains relate directly to national security. And protein diversification technologies can help advance US national security by thinking about supply chain resilience and biosecurity. They can also help us think about protecting agricultural livelihoods while making our global food system more resilient. And some of the ways that we would point to that potential is by thinking about how protein diversification, these alternative ways of making meat, actually will potentially require fewer inputs, fewer supply chain links, so there are fewer failure points. It reduces susceptibility to animal disease, like we were talking about with the zoonotic diseases. It provides more flexibility in terms of where we're producing these proteins, and it can offer small-scale localized production capabilities, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the future. So we're starting to see a bipartisan agreement that this is important. This is something we need to be focusing on, and this is a solution we need to address these challenges that we're facing in real time that have potentially extremely threatening implications for US security. So just as one example of one platform that can kind of achieve some of these promises that we've made, we can look at the potential of fermentation and how this is a really active research area. It's something we're really excited about as a technology to help us scale alternative proteins. And we're really kind of in some ways it's a pretty well-established academic area, but we're really at the beginning of seeing what's possible here in this application area of actually using it and leveraging it for meat production. And there's so many reasons why we feel like, just as one example, fermentation is really promising. So the first is, like I was mentioning, it is in some ways a mature technology. So we know that it's scalable. Fermentation is already being used in many other industries or many other aspects of food. And so we know that get scaled up to 600,000 liters. This is already existing in the world. That's not really a hypothetical anymore. It's something that can be done at a low cost. So it's used to produce industrial chemicals, feed ingredients. Again, we've seen that this can scale effectively. It's really familiar to the food industry. So there are many different food safe species that have already been approved by regulators. It's something that consumers and regulators are both quite comfortable with. It allows for rapid R&D cycles, so you can conduct these research cycles more quickly than you might be able to do with animal studies. And the production is also very speedy. So in some cases, we can think about actually harvesting biomass every couple of hours, and the implications of that for scalability, for cost, are enormous. And so this is just one example of how to achieve that potential that we've kind of posed in the previous slides. And to give you just like one case study of how we're seeing this in the real world so that you don't just have to take our word for it, I wanted to highlight some of the work that's happening at Essential Impact. And they are based out of Africa, and they've been thinking about how to actually leverage fermentation in the real world. Thinking about this as a way to create low cost, high quality, climate resilient proteins. And that's really a message that we feel really excited about, seeing that happen in local environments. And this way of really testing out, can fermentation unlock climate resilient proteins? That's super great to see in the world. And so we're seeing them kind of think about integrating that into products that can be used to prevent malnutrition. So going back to that question that I mentioned at the beginning of how do we feed a growing population, like really going down to the basics. And so in 2026, their goal is to produce 12,000 kilograms of protein, and they're in the process of establishing a demonstration plant to make that happen. And they've said that there's a commercial cost pathway of getting towards $2 per kilogram of protein. So we are seeing the path forward to have this be a scalable and affordable solution. And when they chose fermentation as their area to focus on, they put forth a couple different advantages that I want to share with all of you because it really echoes a lot of the messaging that we feel is present in this field. The first is that you can generate proteins 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. So you're not facing the other kind of uh, barriers that would force you to kind of cease production when you're working with animals, when you're working with humans, things like that. So here you're really able to just have this continuous production, which means that you're able to access these incredible yields. We can also think about the climate resilience of this production process. So you're able to generate proteins regardless of what's happening in the climate. So as you all know, agricultural processes are becoming increasingly difficult because of various weather events, climate events. And so when you think about insulating the processing from those kinds of climate shocks, that has huge implications for productivity, for livelihoods, all of that. There are opportunities in the circular economy, which I'll get into a little bit more, thinking about valorizing byproducts and making sure that we're using resources efficiently. And then the protein quality that's coming out of this actually can outperform many animal proteins. So we're looking at the situation where things are affordable and they're also more digestible, which is super exciting. And again, what that ends up translating to is that leveraging fermentation might actually let us speed up the process of delivering food and nutrition to humans. And this is the kind of messaging that we feel really excited about, where ultimately at the end of the day, everyone can get excited about the idea that we're able to feed people more effectively and potentially in a way that's less resource intensive. And so again, there we would point to fast R&D cycles with growth cycles that are potentially hours instead of years. So thinking about the 18 to 24 months that it would take to raise cattle versus potentially doubling every 5 hours with fungal biomass. And we're starting to see that close the price gap. So again, this points to this idea of faster, more efficient, locally driven protein production. And that's just one case study of a place that we're seeing that. Oops, sorry. Go back 1 second. Okay. And with that, fermentation in particular, I think is an example of a place where we have this opportunity to kind of shift the narrative. Um, the idea of leveraging new technologies for food can doesn't always resonate with every audience. And one of the things that we feel most excited about with fermentation is that we are really providing the opportunity to leverage food traditions and local feedstocks that people are already really comfortable with. And fermented foods are common across the world, and we're starting to see more and more academic research really directly leverage that. So these are a couple examples that have come up in the recent research ecosystem that really leverage that familiarity. So again, just one example of a potential technology that can help us address these food security challenges that we see. Okay, one of the things that I also want to emphasize is that as you're trying to find this fit between your work and open funding opportunities, it helps to really be able to take advantage of emerging technologies, emerging opportunities. And so I'm going to talk you through just two examples that I have observed and that are kind of hot topics right now. So the first is thinking about value-added agriculture and circular bioeconomies. So there's growing interest in thinking about rural prosperity and how to enable these circular bioeconomies. And so we can start to think about the potential to add value by utilizing waste streams that are typically discarded or sold as animal feed. And upcycling these agricultural side streams is really a critical step towards making that happen. And so if we look at, sorry, the chat's blocking this. Okay. If we look at kind of what that means, we put out a report a while ago on cultivating alternative proteins from commodity crop side streams. So again, looking at the things that are already scalable and already are proven out and how we can work with that even more. And so we can think about separating different protein-rich sources and byproducts. So things like soy meal extraction being used to produce protein concentrates, to add texture and nutritional properties to plant-based meat. And then we can think about byproducts from things like maize milling that can be used to create the nutrient-rich broth that's needed to help cells grow, to commercialize things like cultivated meat. So we really see this as another emerging opportunity to create more value for farmers, to help researchers align with growing opportunities, and to kind of build on that goal of rural prosperity. And again, the viability of different crop supply chains can be enhanced by identifying these value-added applications, thinking about fermentation feedstocks or plant-based meat ingredients that can actually provide additional revenue. And we're kind of starting to see this play out on a local level already. So a great example of this is a regional economic development initiative that's called Beam Circular. And Beam Circular is focused on revitalizing the agricultural community in the North San Joaquin Valley, and thinking about transforming agricultural waste streams into valuable feedstocks for bioindustrial manufacturing. So this is something that's like kind of already underway, and they have these fantastic resources like a roadmap for building an inclusive regional workforce, for biomanufacturing, thinking about technical assistance for local farmers and food processors, and assistance for small businesses and entrepreneurs. So we're already kind of seeing excitement around this and places where we, as the alternative protein research ecosystem, can start to kind of connect our work to these broader initiatives that are gaining momentum. Okay, and now I'm going to take it in a very different direction, kind of the opposite side of the spectrum. As you all are aware, artificial intelligence is a really hot topic right now, and that's one of the places where we are seeing potential funding activity. And so, as with many other fields, there are many opportunities for AI to potentially speed up progress in alternative proteins. And we want to make sure that our field is primed to take advantage of these opportunities and these new funding opportunities, this interest in this space, but also make sure that this is aligned with um, what we view as necessary challenges. As you all know, there's a lot of hype out there about what AI can do. Some of it is grounded in evidence, and some of it might not be. And so we want to make sure that we are dedicating our resources effectively to the challenges that are actually really promising and would move the needle for this field. And so this is just kind of an example of the breadth of options available to us. It's not a complete list, but some of the things that areas where we think that AI could really help move the field forward. So I'll dive into a couple of these more specifically, but there are opportunities across end product formulation, so actually making these products happen, across protein engineering, feedstock optimization, even on the research and imaging side. And then, of course, figuring out the sensory and nutritional outcomes and how to get this out into the world. So I'm going to just go through a couple specific examples so that we have a sense of that. One is process development. So thinking about how we can aim to model and predict processes and incorporate condition variables like temperature, pH, and flow rate for reactors and other equipments. AI can help maximize the yield of processes while minimizing the resources needed. And as you all are aware of, like getting these processes up and running can be very costly. So there's a huge benefit in thinking about being able to predict that in advance and understand the systems in advance. And with that, we can think about actually modeling the bioreactors themselves, tailoring reaction conditions to optimize the growth of materials, minimizing the time that it takes to do that. We can think about iterating through things like extrusion parameters, where extrusion relies on many, many different variables, thinking about the flour feed, the screw speed, the water feed rate, all of these different things. And so modeling can help us reduce the dimensions and then find promising combinations so that not as many trials are needed. And then we can think about things like creating digital twins to actually simulate the manufacturing process. So lots and lots of open opportunities there. And there are similar opportunities along strain and cell line and crop development. So thinking about how to identify opportunities to modify organisms like crops, uh, microbial strains, and cell lines towards greater growth efficiency and desirable traits, like removing off flavors in plant proteins or increasing differentiation efficiency. And that can look like screening and selection. So integrating omics data sets and then thinking about how that relates to functionality, and finding a good fit between strains, cell lines, and crops that are actually well suited for alternative protein applications. And then the second area there is understanding modifications for desired output. So predictive tools that can be used to improve our understanding of targeted breeding or engineering. And again, these are just two examples out of a plethora of things that could happen there. So taking a step back, one of the other things that we feel really excited about is that the future of protein is probably not going to be just fermentation or just plant-based meat. It's probably going to be this spectrum of sources, process solutions, and integrated end products. So we can think about taking plant-based ingredients and incorporating them in a cultivated meat product, which is something that we already see in the market in certain places. We can think about taking fermentation-derived enzymes and using that to improve the texture and the functionality and the binding of plant-based meat ingredients. We can think about taking cultivated ingredients like cultivated fat and incorporating that in a plant-based matrix. And these are all things that we're already seeing in products on the market. And the reason I bring this up is that each of these kind of mixes of technologies provides an opportunity to shift the narrative again. And so that can, again, help address concerns that might come up with different consumer goals and evolving landscapes in that sense. So basically, we're trying to point towards a diversity of options that will all get us to this goal of being able to produce these delicious and affordable products. Okay, so I want to bring all of this messaging together because I've kind of given you a whole bunch of information in different directions and emphasize some of the core points that we think are really helpful for positioning your research. This sector really has the potential to enhance US economic competitiveness and food resiliency. We can think about that in terms of US agricultural prosperity, where we're able to expand the scope of protein availability and market opportunities by utilizing US grown agricultural inputs, especially thinking about things like corn and soybeans. We can think about supply chain resilience, where alternative proteins are actually enhancing food security and supply chain resilience by diversifying the crops and protein ingredients and reducing our vulnerability to disease, extreme weather, market volatility. We kind of talked about that with the case study. And then, of course, the myriad of sustainability outcomes that we talked about at the beginning of this, where we can see opportunities to reduce agriculture's impact on climate change and biodiversity loss. It also provides these opportunities to improve rural prosperity, create new opportunities for farmers, and that we think about as diversifying income streams. So farmers who are able to grow crops used in plant-based proteins could potentially see increased demand for their crops as the alternative protein sector grows. And there are opportunities to sell byproducts, as I kind of mentioned earlier. We're also pointing to potential for reduced financial risk as a result of this unpredictable outcomes from disease, extreme weather, all of that market volatility that's currently placing conventional farmers at risk. So we can think about ways to help mitigate that. And then thinking about ways to expand financial support. So if we're able to align our work with some of the government subsidies and investments in regenerative or resilient agriculture, that's something that might be able to help farmers as they transition to these new products. So things like expanding markets and creating new uses of US agricultural products is one of the 2026 R&D priorities for the USDA. So we're looking for opportunities to kind of align this work with things that are already priorities for the US government. And this is just an example of kind of what we've heard directly from farmers to demonstrate that opportunity, where this is a farmer in North Dakota who has been growing fava beans for Beyond Meat Steak and said that the return on investment has been significantly higher, maybe 20 to 25% than any other crops we would replace it with. So this is something we're already kind of seeing happen. And again, alternative proteins can also help reinforce the critical role of science and engineering in the food and ag workforce. And we see so many different disciplines as necessary to that transition. So as you're thinking about, again, aligning your research and bringing your students along in these and finding the match for funding, there are so many different disciplinary lenses that we can take there and so many opportunities to kind of keep building the workforce. One of the other reasons why we really want to position you all well to go out for these funding applications is that alternative proteins are really not being funded in line with their climate potential, especially in comparison to other climate solutions. So right now, meat production contributes about 15% of global greenhouse gases. But when we actually look, sorry, and so this side of this diagram is percentage of global greenhouse gas emissions. And then when we actually look at climate financing that's going into it, what we see is that alternative proteins actually account for less than 0.5% of global climate financing. So there's a big mismatch here between the potential and what's actually happening. And that's why we want all of you to be well positioned to go out there and change these numbers and actually allow us to realize some of the potential here. And I wanted to take the last couple minutes just to acknowledge that we are kind of in this complicated moment as a field. And a lot of these signals on the surface might look discouraging. But in a lot of ways, we're actually still building momentum. And there are a lot of things to be really excited about, a lot of reasons to be confident. So there have been over $20 billion of public and private investment since 2016. We've seen over 1,000 alternative protein companies across 65 countries, and we're still seeing a healthy and growing patent and publication landscape, in part because of all of you, in no small part because of all of you. So we are still we're making progress. We're producing really good work, and there's a lot of momentum here. And Nicholas mentioned this at the beginning, and Rohan's going to speak about this more, but we are starting to see really exciting signals in the form of big investments and in the form of new centers that are popping up. So these three new centers opened recently at NC State, at Imperial, at the National University of Singapore that are all focused solely on sustainable proteins, which is a huge moment for the ecosystem. And a really big and important positive signal. And we're also starting to see really important signals from the scientific community. So this past year, we saw the first iteration of a Gordon Research Conference, which is a really exclusive and prestigious regular academic convening. And this one was focused solely on foods of the future and protein diversification opportunities. And there were 132 people who attended, and this is going to happen again in 2 years, and ideally every 2 years after that. So all that to say, while some of the signals may be discouraging, we are doing incredible work, and there's so much potential, and we're really making a lot of progress. So we think you are really well positioned to make this happen. And with that, I'm going to close out and stay tuned for more from our panelists. And I think we're going to transition into a break at this point, and we're going to ask you all to return at 1:45 so we can kick off our researcher our researcher talks, and you can hear directly from the experts about how to make the most of all of these opportunities. So thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back from the break, everyone. We are transitioning into a really exciting portion of our workshop today, where we're actually going to get to hear from researchers who have been really successful in securing different funding awards and things like that, and have been real champions for our ecosystem. So we're really lucky today to be joined by 5 fantastic guest speakers, and I'll get into each of their individual bios as their presentations come up. But as an overview, we're joined today by Professor Rosalyn Abbott from Carnegie Mellon, by Professor Da Chen from Purdue University, by Professor Jing Zhao from San Diego State and Professor Rohan Shirwaiker from NC State University. So we're super excited about this panel. As a reminder for the audience, the way that this is going to run is that each speaker is going to have about 20 minutes to present, and then we're going to ask you to put your questions in the Q&A box for the end of all of the talks when we're going to do a panel with all of our speakers. So please start thinking of your questions, but we're going to ask you to hold them until we get to that panel that will happen after each of the talks. So we're not going to have a separate Q&A for each speaker. With that, I'm going to introduce Dr. Da Chen. Dr. Da Chen joined Purdue's Department of Food Science in fall 2023, following a prior appointment as an assistant professor at the University of Idaho. Before becoming a faculty member, he completed postdoctoral training at The Ohio State University and Purdue University. He also spent approximately 4 years at the University of Auckland, New Zealand as a graduate student. His research program focuses on structural modification of plant proteins to advance the manufacture, accessibility, and consumption of plant-based foods. He investigates protein structure-function relationships from the molecular to product scale using techniques such as extrusion, rheology, microscopy, spectroscopy, and scattering. His work has been supported by federal agencies, organizations, and industry partners. Thank you so much for joining us today, Da, and I'm going to hand it over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Bianca, for the introduction. So I'm gonna switch to the presentation. Okay. So my name is Da, and I'm assistant professor in the food science department at Purdue, and joined here about pretty much 3 years. This short talk just to share some of my experience about proposal writings that relevant to alternative proteins. So I'm going to start with 4 different, we say, outlines. So we're going to do first, I'm going to talk about the identification of potential funding agencies. And then after we identify what kind of sponsors that we're able to submit our proposals, then the next one is how we prepare the proposals in order to align well with the RFA or RFPs. And then after we've done a lot of good work and our proposal is ready to submission. So what things that we need to be pay attention to in order to make sure that the submission process is complete and success. Then if your proposal is funded and you have done like a couple years works that relevant to that proposals and you want to do, apply for follow-up fundings relevant to what you're doing, then what kind of tips could be. So let's start with the potential funding agencies identification. So different we say research areas, their fundings sponsors are very different. So basically that we have the internal ones or external ones. So the internal ones mainly from we say the seed grant that's mainly comes from the college level or the university level. So this varies a lot for different universities. So some universities they probably have more seed grant than the other universities. But one thing is the seed grant is not necessarily guaranteed that each or every new faculty will be get one. So, but there's one common sense is the seed grant is open for new faculties, and if you awarded once, most likely in many cases they probably won't be able to award you again for the same programs for in the next couple of years. So if you want to target a little bit larger, most likely you want to do the external ones because internal ones, their goal is to provide you some amount of money to start your programs and to get some preliminary data, and then you could use that for later, like large grant applications. So for the alternative proteins, you can federalize, right? You have the USDA, you have the NSF. Sometimes you have some other NIH grants that are relevant to alternative proteins. They're also like a state-wise. So if you're a state, you have, for example, Department of Agriculture, and they do have some, we say, grants that are relevant to plant proteins. But this is also very a lot among different states. So it depends on the financial situations of the state and how much of their budget that they're willing to put in those kind of research. So for like alternative proteins, I think my success will be like more about the organization. For example, Gewa is one of the was the greatest ones that I've been like working on. It's really great sponsors. And you could also try some others like the if you work on pea proteins, you can try the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council. And if you work on soy proteins, you could try the soybean board. And also for Middle West state, and they do have their own like councils, like soybean council that you can target. And nowadays, we know that either the organization ones or the federalized grant, they are pretty competitive. So many researchers, if their research is practical application based, you can target the industrial fund. So if your university has a good collaboration with other countries, or other universities, you can think about doing the international collaborations. And there are some, for example, the NSF, they do have some programs, or even USDA, they have some program about international collaborations. So if you want, if you are new researchers and you don't know where to find, or you are not entirely sure where you could get all of those information, so one shortcut is you talk to the senior professors, including your department head, and they're very happy to help. So if you want to dig out by yourself, you want to search more information by yourself, I've talked to my department head and talked to the senior professors. I'm still not entirely sure this is all the sponsors that I'm going to write proposals or suit my research. So the next one that you can do is you can do a little bit search. So one strategy that I use is to, if I read papers, for example, I read publications. So in that funding part, they will mention that what kind of funding agencies that we use for sponsor this kind of research or this paper. So, for example, this one, they're finance supported by the USDA NIFA and also the Good Food Institute, the Field Catalyst Grant. Then this, if you're working on similar topics, then you probably want to look at those with say two sponsors, and most likely they will have their RFA or RFP could be aligned well with your research. So sometimes this is the one of the common ways that I use is because I think it's more specific. Because if I want to search for certain publications, and that publication is most likely to be very relevant to what I'm doing, so I can search a couple of relevant publications and see what kind of funding research is that fundings that have been with this supporting this type of research. You could also look at the CVs. For many public universities, they do have the CV for many, we say, professors. You could look at those public informations to find out, to look at those CVs to see what kind of like grant they get. And in that grant, like with this section, most likely they will put what kind of funding agencies to sponsor what kind of research. Sometimes they may not be able to disclose what the title of the with a funded project, but you could at least see what kind of like sponsors that they're awarding those kind of research. So the third one that I used before is called Pivot. This is more like a database. It's not only about the the sponsors or the active cause, not only in the US but also international wise. So this ones you may want to check with your university, see they are actually purchase or they are a member of this kind of database. If they are, then you could actually use your institution credentials to create a username. And once you have that, you could actually search. For example, if you type like alternative proteins, I'm from food science, I type food science. Then if you are from a different, if you are from ABE or a different department, you could also type the keywords you want to do. Then you will do a search. So that will tell you the active cause for all of the information they could find. That not only including the federal ones, but also the organizational ones, industry ones. Sometimes, the pivotal one is very informative, but there is a short coming for this database that I think is the information is too much. Sometimes you will get 1,000 or a few hundred informations that you probably want want to look at or filter one by one by yourself. They could actually select the countries. You can select the U.S. eligible is U.S. institutions. You could also select the funding size and the funding tab. So the other one that I also look at is the GFI funding database. So they also summarize. They do a really good job to summarize all of the open calls and their deadlines and what kind of funding agency they are in the GFI funding database. So you could also look at those. This is more about federals or organization ones. But if your interest is more about industries, you want to work with industry proposals, there's one platform that you could use called Inhala. So for this kind of platform, you could submit proposals, and their proposal submission process is very simple, and they don't need a very long proposal. You probably spend with a couple hours you could get one proposal down. But this type of proposal they want is very practical application, very practical based, and they want to see the potentials for industrial application. So which means that you probably want to include the at least the bench top validation of the process or the products. So sometimes they do want a pilot testing as well. So one other thing that I use this one is whether the research I'm doing is industry interested. So this is quite important, especially for new faculties or new researchers that you want to decide what kind of area you want to go. And sometimes we don't know the research that we're doing is actually that industry the interest or not. So you could actually look at this. Sometimes they may provide some ideas that what kind of interest that currently industry is looking for. So after we have identified the sponsors that we that interest us, and the next one is how we gonna prepare like a proposal. So this is more like this is basically my if I want to write a federal grant, this is most likely my timeline. So different funding agencies is going to be very different because sometimes for some RFA or RFP, they'll probably only give you 1 month or 2 months. So if they only give you 1 or 2 months, you probably want to wrap it up or accelerate the first like three stages because we don't have enough time to to do all of those. So we have to make sure that we probably do it very quick for the project ideas and collaborations, team building. So if you do have enough time, like 3 to 4 months, so some may suggest a little bit longer time. If you have that much time, that would be great. So longer time that you have to plan and prepare a proposal, that will be better. So if you have like 3 to 4 months timeline, so the first one you're gonna to have an idea. So what kind of idea you're gonna to put? So most likely a lot of proposals, so sponsors, so they want to have novelty and practical relevances. So the novelty is not only about, to me, it's not only about the the something is that people has not done it. It's also about the impact. So for example, if you want to develop a method, so that method should be much better than the rest, than the current available method. For example, if you want to save more energy or save more water, cutting the production cost. So that has to have very practical relevances and also have a good impact. So if you're not sure about your ideas or your objectives, you can definitely contact sponsors. So many of them are responsive. So if they are not responsive to you, and after you send the emails, you can call them or even run a follow-up email. So most of them you will get a response. They may probably not tell you specific direction to go, but they will give you some evaluation about your objective. For example, I have one from an SF with the suggestions about that. I have 4 objectives, but one of them they think that's not very relevant. So they will probably tell you that cut that one. Once you have an idea that you think is great, and also you have a few objectives, so the next one is to build a team, especially for large grants that you most likely we need collaborations. We need people. We need the co-PIs from different expertise. So sometimes that we say we want to put the big names into the proposals. If they're willing to do it, that's great. Sometimes we say the big names always very busy and they have other commitment. So make sure that check with their availability and whether they're willing to commit enough time during the proposal preparations. So you do want everyone to contribute. So once you build a team, and sometimes we do need a stakeholders. This is stakeholders. For example, if you do a lot of practical application work, then people question about if you could have industry partner, that would be great. So in order to have a industry incorporations to be participate in your proposal, yes, you need to have a good relationship with them because otherwise they will not be able to support your research. And also make sure that you will give them enough time because for industrial, if they want to write a letter for you, support letter or collaboration letter, they will have to go through a lot of processes. I think some of them even need a lawyer to consulting with a lawyer to make sure that there will be no conflict of interest. So that process take a long time. So if you want to do that, so I probably want to give them enough time. I would say probably this is the first thing that you want to do after you make sure that there will be an industrial person to be involved. So once you build your team and there's a great team, so next is your project narratives. So PIs will most likely to write majority of them. So some co-PI they will also help, but this is not guaranteed. So when you write, there's nothing much to talk about here. So different people have different ways to write in the project narratives. But I would say make it clear, make the problem statement significant to be very clear and precise and avoid any grammar errors because if there's some grammar errors that gonna make the proposal looks people will think that we don't spend enough time or we're not doing a good preparation for the work. The other question is to prepare the project narrative, do we need the preliminary data? I mean, different funding agents, they may have different requirements. They may not tell you that you need the preliminary data. But if you have a good preliminary data, it could at least show you that the feasibility of the work is good. They will not doubt that it will not, this work will not be able to, deliver certain kind of outcomes. So for myself, I usually have the preliminary data as much as I can put. So the other section is about the budget and supporting document. So when you make the budget, this is more like sponsored office jobs. So they will work with the budget, but make sure that you don't over budget. And also do not budget something that's not allowed in the RFA or RFP. So this after you have those, you also need to prepare the supporting documents based on their requirement. So you make sure that you have some time left after you done all of those supporting documents. So different universities they may have different timeline for you to prepare those kind of documents. So the next question is after you done the project narrative, you get the supporting documents. So do we really need internal review or who we should ask in order for an internal review? So most likely you're gonna send that to the co-PIs to get their permission to submission and also to check with them what kind of places or sections that need to be improved because different type of the with the if you have common objective, so each co-PI they may have a different expertise in certain area. So have to make sure that that specific area belongs to certain co-PI. They wouldn't have that issue. So they will provide their inputs. Another one is that should we send our proposals to the senior colleagues? So I never done that. I know that there are a lot of we say professor recommend to do that. If you could find one, that would be great. But there's sometimes we need to consider whether there's any potential conflict of interest and also whether people will willing to have time to do that. So if you decide to send that, you have a senior colleague that very very helpful and they're willing to do that for you, then you probably want to give them enough time to do so, with at least 2 to 3 weeks before the deadline of submission. So one last thing that I normally do is do English checking. So if your institution, they do have a service for providing the English check. So it's always good that you do that, especially that if English is not your first language. So if the university does not offer that, I know that some universities only provide this kind of service to very large grant, for example, a couple millions. So if your proposal size is not that is big, you can also contracting with some professors from English department, and you can pay them for some time, and they will I think they will happy to do that for you. So after you have that, you get all the proposals pretty much prepared, and you want to move to the submission process. So I will say there's first thing is always on time. So I had a bad experience that I remember that I submitted my first USDA NEVA proposal. It was late for a couple minutes. So the happen is after you late for a couple minutes, they will not send your proposal to for reviewing process. So which is kind of pity because you spent a lot of time preparing the proposals and then you realize that it's not be able to send for review. So make sure it's always on time. And we cannot always guarantee that those IT stuff and also the technology, they may have some issues. So make sure that we submit it on time, probably like a couple hours before, at least a couple of hours before the deadline, or even 1 or 2 days before. If you think that your proposal is ready, you can submit it much earlier. Most likely in my case, I usually do it a couple hours before because I need more time to make sure that they're ready to go. You can also make sure that all the format, including different funding agents, they do have a different formatting requirement. So make sure that we follow that strictly. We don't submit something that's not align well with their guidance, and make sure that all the supporting documents that you need is complete. So I think the SPS of sponsor office usually help you to do that. So once we have, since we submit everything and we get the funders and we start to work on the proposals and we get some nice and interesting data. So we also sometimes we do have the findings. Sorry, we do have the interesting findings that is more than what we expected. Then you could use that to target a follow-up fans. You can do that for the same sponsors if their interest remains. Or what you could do is you can use that fund to target a different funding agencies. So for nowadays, the sponsor interest change frequently. So in that case, you probably want to plan ahead of time to see what kind of a different funding agents that may be suitable for those follow-up proposals. And you could also try to see whether you want to expand a little bit upstream. For example, if you do, for my work, if I do the processing and if you want to do the upstream that about crop stuff, then you probably want to do a interdisciplinary research. So in this way, you can actually target much larger fans. I don't know how much time that I left, but so I think of just a few tips that I want to share with you is so quality is more important than quantity. So we always want to submit as many proposals as we could, but in reality is we have a lot of other commitment, and especially that when a couple of openings happen at the same time, and we're not be able to submit to make sure that every proposal we submit is in high quality, but make sure that at least for me that I want to prioritize the ones that I think have higher chances to be funded. Another one, if you could work with your colleagues who are very good on attracting fundings, so they may have some secret. If they're willing to share with you, that would be very helpful, especially for young faculties. Another is if in so many cases nowadays, they do have the preliminary proposal and then have full proposals. So even though we're invited for full proposals, at least for myself, I have a couple of them that go to the full proposal but not be able to fund it. So you do have a higher chance to get funded, but that does not mean that you will be funded. So a funded decision is only they will tell you funded, then it's funded. Otherwise, so if we expect that we go to the full proposals, it will be funded, then if it's not funded, we'll feel really disappointed. So if you don't have that expectation, then you'll feel. I think it will feel much better. So for new factors or like starting researchers, so we can always starting with the small grants to build some confidences because the big grants usually takes much longer time and also much more competitive. So we want to have some small success, then we'll target the big ones. That's actually it's a good strategy for me. So if you can always start early and plan early, so give yourself enough time and so you can write a high quality proposals. And if you can also like go to the webinars or some other event that held by the sponsors, get to know them. So that will be helpful for you to build the networkings. And you know that a lot of proposals not only about how well like your science is doing, it also like sometimes the people know you and they trust you. They will like willing to fund your research. So that's pretty much about my presentation. So I think I'm ready to take questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Da. I really appreciate you kicking off this portion of our workshop, and thank you for all of those lovely insights. For those of you in the audience, you can start dropping your questions in the Q&A box, and we'll get to them during the panel at the end of this session. Thank you again, Da. And with that, we're going to transition over to Rosalyn. Rosalyn Abbott is an associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University in the Biomedical Engineering Department. Rosalyn received her BS and MS in biomedical engineering from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and her PhD in bioengineering from the University of Vermont. She subsequently became a postdoctoral fellow in the biomedical engineering department at Tufts University, where she worked under the supervision of David Kaplan and was introduced to the field of cellular agriculture in 2016. After starting her lab at CMU in 2017, Rosalyn worked with Mission Barnes in their early stages of funding. Mission Barnes focuses on cultivating fat with plant proteins to create bacon, meatballs, and sausage. I referenced them earlier in the presentation. And Rosalyn's lab at CMU is currently working on 3D printing cultivated meat products funded by the National Science Foundation and a crowdsourced funding platform experiment backed by New Harvest and the Footprint Coalition. She has a broad perspective on the academic and industrial landscape of cultivated based meat with deep expertise in tissue engineering and lipid biology. Rosalyn is passionate about the potential impact of cultured meat products and that they will have on reducing animal cruelty, improving food security, and tackling the environmental impacts of conventional meat production. Rosalyn, thank you so much for being with us here today, and I'll pass it over to you.
All right, Kiri, thank you so much. And this is such a wonderful workshop and something that we're all thinking about all the time. So it's nice to have the opportunity to share experiences and strategies. And that was a wonderful first presentation. It was a great overview of the process. I'm going to do a bit of a different take and more of like a case study on my NSF career and what worked for me. But definitely all those points I think are really relevant. And some of them I'll maybe reiterate and touch on. So thank you so much for leading us off, Chen. Yeah, so this presentation, I'll actually admit I was a little bit apprehensive to do because I feel like I just have an N of one. So I have maybe a bit of imposter syndrome. So I just want to, say that I've applied to many opportunities and haven't gotten them. But I do think that the process that I went through with this one is really applicable. And so hopefully you can take some insights out of that. And happy again to answer any questions later. Okay, so my NSF career path, again, this is more of like a case study, was not straightforward, and I think that that's a really common theme. I tried twice and failed, and I mean, I received like really good feedback both times. So I applied in 2019 and also in 2020. Then I did take a break before my last stand, as I called it. And I really focused on something really novel. The other approaches I had done were really more safe, like tissue engineering, fat for biomanufacturing. And so I had come up with a few like kind of more risky ideas. And then I wanted to pitch them to the program officer. So this is kind of my plan. I definitely started a lot earlier than I did on the earlier attempts, and I had a lot more people read them and give me feedback, which I definitely didn't do the first two times. Yeah, I think that rejections can be kind of hard, but I think perseverance is really the name of the game in all funding strategies. And those early rejections, I learned a lot from what they were looking for in the reviewers. And granted, a lot of federal funding agencies, the reviewers that you get are going to be different each time, right? But there's a lot of kind of consistent thought processes, especially within a panel. So you can kind of learn to see what they're looking for, what they didn't like about your earlier iterations. So I kind of like to think of them as my preliminary data of the grant world. So yeah, you can use them to really decode what the agency and reviewers actually value. I think something that I did and I would definitely recommend to junior faculty is I also served on a panel for the one that I was submitting to. So I was submitting to chemical, bioengineering, environmental, and transport systems. And I got to know the program officer in a different capacity through that panel and kind of see the way she talked and thought about grants and the feedback during that process really helped me to see how the reviewers are actually reading the grants, things that they're looking for, the criteria, the things that they talked about, and the way she handled that feedback. And so I think that was really helpful. So I'd recommend, if you haven't already, serve on a panel, especially the one that you're submitting to, so that you can really see the kind of hidden secrets of what that panel is all about and what the priorities are, and the things that they really value. And I think that's important. So I bolded here that really in this panel, the aspects that were important to my lab and to my career are bioengineering and then environmental. So those are the things that I really wanted to convince the reviewers that I was going to be good at and that I was going to build a career around those themes. Okay, so again, I mentioned connecting with the program officer. I think this was so invaluable for me. She had so much good advice. And yeah, before the meeting, I came up with kind of these different pitches. I actually had 3 different distinct ideas that I had put into like not quite a page summary to give to her, a little bit less than that because there was 3 of them. And she was really honest and gave me feedback on the ideas. She was really kind of lukewarm on the safer ideas, which were more consistent with the proposals I had submitted earlier. But she really loved the high risk cultivated meat concept. And I think really the take home advice that I thought would be relevant for anyone trying to also go for an NSF career is that she told me not to just pitch cultivated meat. And again, it depends on the funding agency that you're going for. So certainly if you're going to the Good Food Institute and trying to pitch there, you would want to talk about, you could just pitch cultivated meat, right? So definitely tailor it towards the institute. But if you're trying to look for these federal funding agencies, you really have to think about what their priorities are, and really like whether that is a priority. And so for the NSF, for example, they don't have cultivated meat listed as a priority in their portfolio. And this is also a career development grant. So again, very specific to this grant mechanism, is that you want to actually show that this will sustain a career. And again, this panel that I was applying to was in this bioengineering and environmental space. So she said that I should pitch it as proving methods that would sustain a career in regenerative medicine, not just making a better steak. Another thing is that she gave me advice on my budget. And so this is something that if you can talk to your program officer about beforehand, really helps. At CMU, our students are insanely expensive. Per year, they're about $116,000. And so my budget was a lot bigger than a lot of people from other institutes that didn't have student costs that high. And actually, my first 2 years, one of the things that the reviewers said was that my budget was really too high. But she said that you need a student in order to do the work, right? So I did put in for a student for all 5 years. And so, yeah, again, that makes the budget much larger than probably other people. And she actually ended up funding my entire career, which she doesn't normally do, given I've talked to other people at other institutes. Normally she kind of takes off 10% or something and actually other people in my department that got careers with her said that she always kind of cuts 10% off, but she didn't for me because she knew that I needed that larger amount for the student. And so she understood my budget. And I think that was related. So I would definitely encourage you to talk not only about the science and priorities of the institution or the the place that you're applying to, but also talk about the budget too, because that's something that's really tight, even more so nowadays, but always so. I really kind of dedicated a lot of time to this project. I titled this as Go All In. I really find that I do much better when I write grants this way. If you can, it's not always feasible, but I really almost dedicated my entire summer to it. And I just exclusively kind of worked on this career proposal. And it really wasn't just about making sure that the science was really concrete. That's important, obviously, but it was also trying to think about like the ecosystem of the grant, and trying to build a really strong case, not just like having strong science. And so I got lots of feedback. I got reviewers within my domain, so tissue engineers. I got people that were like just biomedical engineers outside the field. I even had my family read it, like to see what they thought, to really make sure I was clear and impactful. I mentioned this in the lots of letters, but I also met with a farmer. I was imagining who were my reviewers going to be, and I was thinking, what if I got a reviewer that grew up on a farm, and they felt threatened maybe by what I was writing. I really wanted to kind of make sure that anyone who was going to read this grant was not going to be upset about just the topic in general. And so that's what I wanted to really address. And so I wanted lots of people to see where the kind of pain points were, the things that they got really hung up on. So this is probably the most feedback that I've ever gotten for one of my grants. And I think it really helped build a really solid case so that I didn't offend anyone or alienate them from the beginning of it all. Yeah, I got lots of letters. So every aspect of my proposal, I got supported from different people. Not only the research, but also outreach is really important for NSF. There's an educational component to it too. So I got support from, we have this Galfand Outreach Center and Education, Everly Center for Education. So I got letters for both of those at my institution. If you have something like that, that's very helpful. The farmer is actually listed on my grant too. So he wrote me a letter, and he actually gave me really great feedback about ways that I could actually help cattle science as well. And like learning how lipid accumulation occurs in different depots is really important to him as well. And so that was nice to include that in there, and it was really wonderful talking to him. So maybe I just got really lucky, but I would definitely try to think about who are your critics, and if you can, get them on board, which is always kind of my strategy if I can. Chen mentioned this too, is paying attention to little details. So if you can get it done early and if your university has any resources for checking grammar and formatting, definitely have them do that. Even if you are an English speaker, because having a really polished grant that's easy to read is also really helpful. So I did all this kind of front-loading details and feedback, letters, all of that stuff prior. And then the last thing I had them do was really just check to make sure that it flowed. It was grammatically correct. Also, sometimes that your institute might have help with making like a roadmap figure. And so I did use those resources. But you have to be early usually to utilize those. So you have to really plan ahead. Something that I kind of tried to think a lot about was anchoring the new. So really framing what the innovations were in my proposal. So this idea of balancing like this risky idea of cellular agriculture with fundamental engineering that made sense with my career trajectory. So like, what am I good at, and what is something that I can learn in this engineering? And so my in particular proposal focused on 3D printing, addressing buoyancy and fragility issues with adipocytes. And so that's something that my lab does. We actually do it also for reconstructive surgery, and I mentioned that in the proposal too. So it wasn't just for this field, so maybe if you got a reviewer that was like, I don't like this field, they would still be able to support the other aspects of it. Also looking at like biological insight, again, thinking about, even in the farmer mentioned this too, that it would be really nice to know why fat accumulates in the muscle or the subcutaneous region, because normally it actually accumulates more in the subcutaneous first, and then it'll go to the muscle. And so I really tried to pitch different avenues. There are also different diseases. Runners too also have this phenomena. So not just like thinking about like making a tastier product, but also why is the fat accumulating like this, and what can we learn about it? And then NSF is really about broader impact, so really positioning the tools for future use in disease modeling and reconstructive medicine. And so really just talking about how the science that I'm going to do is going to enable so many different pathways. So it's not just one. So this is why the way I kind of balance this risky topic of cultivated meat, which does provide the excitement, which is something that'll make yours stand out of the pile. It'll be something different, but also like grounding that in the safe application that was important also for that panel, regenerative medicine and disease modeling. So that's kind of the stability that the agency required in order to fund this concept. Yeah, so I think that's important no matter where you go. So framing that narrative, when you're thinking about proposing cultivating meat, you're really trying to solve the agency's pre-existing mandates. So you can use terms and definitely go and explore the website and find out what the keywords, what are their priorities. This is one that I just screenshotted from NSF of what they're looking for. And so how can you take your research and really talk about how that's going to move these priorities forward? So NSF is really like fundamental engineering, biomanufacturing, workforce development. So use those terms and then relate it back to that idea. You know, if you're pitching to USDA, then it would be like maybe climate smart ag or food security. The DOE could be like life cycle energy, circular economy. So like find the things that they care about and make sure you mention those in your proposal and you frame your ideas in support of those agency narratives that they're looking for. Again, that's kind of like more federal when you're looking at it. If you're pitching to like a foundation or a company that already is on board with cultivated meat or alternative proteins, then obviously you don't have to do that, right? You want to frame it for wherever you're pitching to. The other thing I just wanted to mention was this idea of like becoming too niche. So don't let the reviewers really dismiss your work as too specific or like a trendy field. So frame your alternate proteins as a platform for solving universal engineering bottlenecks. So because you're doing this one thing, it might be for this application, it really opens up all these other doors that are important to not just this community, but other communities as well. And that's like my idea of using the safe anchor. So tie your high risk innovation to these really low risk established methodologies. And this really provides like this backbone of analytics and novel applications, right? Or backbone for that novel application with these proven analytical techniques. So what are you good at? What are you going to contribute to the field? These are just kind of things that I do, so set yourself up for success. I write well if I have a writing buddy. That doesn't mean they have to be working on the same type of grant, but you know, if you have someone that's also going to for the NSF career, for example, peer review each other's AIM pages weekly. You know, it gives you some more accountability to stay on track, especially if you're starting early, because it's easy to be like, oh, well, you know, I've got like 3 months until the deadline. I don't need to work on this today. But if you have someone keeping you accountable, that helps. For me, sometimes I need to not write in my office. Actually, a lot of this I wrote in coffee shops, and it helps me to really kind of think through things without having other distractions of people stopping by and asking questions. So you could really kind of focus on whatever goals you are, and maybe you do chunks of time, 2, 3 hours, maybe less than that. Some people write in really smaller blocks, whatever works for you. And then really keep thinking about can a non-expert understand your goal really quickly? So am I being clear and am I getting it out there so that people can understand what I'm after and what I'm trying to do? Collaborations, this is something that Chen also mentioned. This is super important. So you want to find good ones. I think he also kind of mentioned, you know, like, yeah, senior faculty are really good, but you want people that are invested in the work. And if they're too busy, that can be hard. So you want people that will actually do what they say they're going to do. And so get those people on board. Make sure you have a shared interest. You talk about it when you're bouncing ideas off of each other, your idea is going to get better. It always does. Even if it's like kind of iterating on your same idea, when you talk to someone else that's invested in it as well, it's just going to make it a lot better. Also get people that are different from your expertise, right? So build a team that's going to be able to do something that you on your own cannot do. Fill in the expertise that you need. Partner with people that can do interesting things that are that meet in the middle of where you are too. And then yeah, joint ownership when you can, right? Include co-PIs in the brainstorming phase. That way they're invested. That way they'll write with you, and then you'll have a more unified vision throughout the process. Again, this is maybe more just for larger grants because the NSF career there's just one PI, but for other grants, there's other NSF grants too, or other funding agencies you want to add co-PIs if you can. Yeah, that's all I had. So here's my email, here's my lab website. Feel free to reach out. I know there's going to be questions in just a little bit. I'll obviously stick around for that aspect of the program too. But if your question doesn't get answered, feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can. And again, this is just my experience with my NSF career, a case study, and I hope it helps in some way.
Thank you so much, Rosalyn. I really appreciate your candor. I also really love writing in coffee shops, and I so appreciated the very practical details and the different perspective that you brought to complement what Doc kicked us off with. So thank you so much for that. I look forward to hearing your answers to our questions later in the panel. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jing. Dr. Jing Zhao is an associate professor in the School of Exercise and Nutritional Sciences at San Diego State University. Dr. Zhao received her PhD degree in animal and food sciences from the University of Kentucky and obtained her postdoctoral training at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Florida State University, and the University of Kentucky. Dr. Zhao's research focuses on the development, characterization, including functionalities and flavor, and utilization of sustainable food proteins such as plant, algae, and edible insect proteins. Dr. Zhao is an editorial board member of the Journal of Food Science and the past chair of the IFT Protein Division. She has been a grant awardee from the USDA, NSF, NASA, and GFI. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Jing. I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, Bianca, for the introduction. It's a great honor to serve on this panel and talk about my experience. So today I'll talk about my approach to proposal development. The first two speakers have shared very insightful approaches, so I'll just add my 2 cents onto it. Just a little bit about my background and my institutions to give you some idea. So Bianca has already introduced, after I finished my PhD, I did 3 postdocs. I started to get involved with proposal writing during my second postdoc at Florida State University. So I started as a key personnel on the proposal. I prepared, contributed some preliminary data, and helped with the revision of the proposal. It was the first time that I see what a proposal narrative is like, where to find the grant opportunities. So it was a very helpful experience. So definitely work with some senior colleagues or your mentors early on and start to build the skills. That would be very helpful. Then I started my first faculty position at California State University, Los Angeles. As one of the CSU campus, it's very teaching focused. My appointment was 100% teaching. So I was teaching 3 to 5 courses per semester. In my first year, I taught 6 courses with 5 new preparations. So just to give you a little bit background of the institution, the environment I was in, and we only had undergraduate program. So I was mainly working with undergraduate students. So luckily, I applied for a USDA NIFA seed grant when I was doing my postdoc at UK at University of Kentucky. So there I was working on a plant protein off flavor project, and based on the data we collected, I submitted the seed grant in spring 2016 before I joined the Cal State LA, but I was able to submit it through Cal State LA right after I accepted the position. So in fall, when I joined Cal State LA for the first semester, I received this award. So it was very encouraging. The project didn't start in 2017 though. So it took about a whole year from submission to the start of the project. So first I thought oh, this is a 2-year project, and I can comfortably complete it within 1 year. So that was my vision at that time. But after I started to work with all the teaching, with the students being just undergrad students with no background, I was in the lab training them from the very beginning. So it took much longer, and I had to file a no-cost extension, and I spent 3 years on this project. So realizing my time limitations and also all the kind of like research resources around me, I had a roadmap for my grant application. So I wasn't ambitious at all. My plan was to submit to a major external grant every other year. So I had that planned from pretty early on, what opportunities I want to apply to, what's the project, what preliminary data I need to collect. So so at the beginning, I had to be, due to my limited time, I had to be very strategic of what I want to work on. But of course, in the meantime, I served as a co-PI on other grant applications. I was developing collaborations and also applied to multiple internal and regional grants. So that also helped to fill in the gaps. So, but for the major external grant, I was just aiming for one every other year. So in 2018, I applied and received the CSU ARI grant. So it's also an institution within CSU, it's Agricultural Research Institute. So it's a CSU institution. However, it was pretty competitive actually. We have 6 agricultural campuses. For other non-agricultural campuses, we need to have matching fund from non-state funding resources. So that was another one that I applied and received, and the project started in 2019. Then I moved to San Diego State University in 2022. At San Diego State, my appointment is 50% teaching, 50% research. So that was very helpful to have a reduced teaching load. And also we have master students working on a research project. So that helped me to build and speed up my research program a little bit more. So in the first few years of my career at Cal State LA, I was working on projects that are about 150K-ish, and then gradually it increased to 200K, 600K, and then slightly over 1 million. So it was a trajectory to slowly or gradually grow my program. So I just want to mention this because if you're also, most of the speakers on the panel are from big R1 institutions. But I just want to let you know, if your institution is not R1 or traditional research strong program, there's also opportunity you can join and receive those competitive grants. By the way, San Diego State became R1 in 2025, but by the time I joined, it wasn't. So today I'll talk about my proposal development phases. Hope some of these tips or the thoughts will be helpful for you. Dr. Chen did a great job talking about the whole process. So I'll just add some of my additional thoughts there. So first, for the identification of funding opportunities, Dr. Chen gave a very systematic approach. I just want to add, once you find a program that aligns with your research project, I would highly encourage you to subscribe to their newsletters. Here I list a few examples, including the GFI research grants that Dr. Chen mentioned, but also from USDA, from grants.com, and grants.gov. So that way you can stay on top of all the news, right? Be aware of all the new funding opportunities that grant opportunities that come out. And also Another way that I hear about grant opportunities is through collaborators and colleagues. As I develop some collaborations, I have a collaborator in biology, some collaborator from other institutions, so they may be more familiar with some other funding opportunities or other like commodity board that they would notice some opportunity that actually fits into my research area well. So I just want to mention here, like just establish yourself in a field, and whenever there's related opportunities, then your collaborators, your colleagues will think of you and pass on the information to you. So I do this all the time for my colleagues. So if I notice some funny opportunity that fits into their area, I'll forward it to them, and they would do the same for me. So I really appreciate that. And so for some maybe new researchers, you may be concerned about not finding enough funding opportunity to apply to. But as you get familiar with the system, you will see there are actually a lot. And sometimes there are too many, and you won't be able to apply to all. So you have to be selective and really target the relevant opportunities. So this is the first thing I do during the identification of funding opportunities, and not just seeing what's available out there, but also to be selective and really focus on the ones that are relevant to your research program. And sometimes it's easy to pick the ones that are very well aligned and the ones that are not relevant. But sometimes there may be a program that doesn't fully align with what you do or your research program, but there's something you can contribute to. So for those, I would approach to a collaborator or a colleague who has the right expertise to lead the project. And I would ask, are you interested in applying for this? If you are, here's what I can contribute and what I can do. So I actually got one award as a co-PI through that approach. So relevancy is very important. You have to be strategic and also plan and secure enough time. I think both speakers have talked about having enough time, right? Like time is the key, and only when you have enough time, you can go into the details to check everything, get all the support letters. So for me, it takes about 100 to 200 hours for me to prepare a proposal. For my first seed grant, USDA seed grant, the narrative is only 7 pages, but I dedicated a whole month preparing it. That would include the day and evenings, so it was easily 150 or probably close to 200 hours going into that project. And if you no, you won't be able to have a dedicated 1 month, right? If it's during the semester, I really encourage you to spread it out. For some of the major USD grants that I received, I started planning 6 months ahead of time. All right, yeah, so once you know what program to target, my next step is to map the ideas. So I would ask myself, why this program, like, and I need to be clear what are the major things I would like to achieve, right? The major objectives, and then think about the approaches and the timeline to see how I could fit everything in there. So the rationale component may have different names based on different funding agency, but there's always a component that you need to explain clearly why this work is important. So this is not just a citation, like writing a paragraph to show reviewers why this is important. For me, I have to really persuade myself and believe in the importance of the work. So to me, this is a combination of the interest, my research interest, skills, and also the research gap identified from literature search. So always need to start with the literature search to make sure there's a need for the topic. And for the rationale, I would focus on novelty and impact. For the novelty component, it could come from the idea, like Rosalyn talked about the cultivated meat. That could be a risky and a novel idea. And if not the idea, another way to introduce novelty is through the approach, through interdisciplinary collaborations. And the impact is also important, especially for research projects. Yeah, when they fund the project, they don't just want to see a paper or two published. They want to show an impact for the field. So that's the key thing I would think about and persuade myself before trying to submit it to persuade other people. And then also I need to be clear about the objectives and then think about the approach to achieve the objective and see how that can fit into the timeline. So basically, after thinking about these, I would have a rough idea of my logic model. Not all funding submissions require a logic model, but even before I know what logic models are, I always kind of like put together a flow chart that kind of aligns all these different aspects, the objective, the resources, and the outcomes. So I think that's a practice regardless if the funding agency requires a submission of logic model. So I put an image there. It says 胸有成竹 in Mandarin. So this is a Chinese idiom based on a story that very good drawer of bamboo. Every time before he starts drawing, he would already have the image in his mind. So the idiom just means to have a well thought out plan before taking actions. I think that applies really well to the proposal preparation. Now, once you know like what to work on, have a general idea of the objective and approach, then this is time to build a team. This is also a time-consuming part, especially if you're gonna have a bigger team. So if it's a 1 to 2 co-PIs, that's easier to handle. But when you have more, it would take more time. So just be prepared and plan enough time for that. So for the teams, there will be the core team, that PI, co-PIs. Of course, the most important thing to assemble the team is based on the expertise. You need to have all the expertise needed for the project. And also, personally, I really emphasize the existing collaboration. If it's just a new team, it may look good to the reviewers with all the combination of expertise, but I wouldn't feel comfortable working with someone that I barely know or doesn't have any previous collaboration experience. So the way I establish collaborations is typically from like conversations and then small collaborations even before we submit a formal proposal. Yeah, I think that really helps. I've had collaborators who have been great and we continue the collaboration for years. And there were also occasions that the collaboration just didn't work out. And then the budget here, once you have the team, the budget portion is kind of interesting. You have to do it right. Otherwise, it could be a bridge burner. To me, the right way to allocate the budget is based on the work. Once the team sit down and agree on the work each person will be leading, then we'll look at the resources needed and then allocate the budget. Yeah, and besides the core team, another important part is the stakeholders. So here you need to think about like who the project would impact and what support you would need from other people. I really like what Rosalyn mentioned. Even that could be someone that could be negatively impacted by the project, and you can bring them in as part of the conversation. So from the stakeholders, think about like getting the support letters, which could take 1 to 3 months. Yeah, so that part is also taking time. So this portion would align with the personnel and the budget portion in the proposal. So all these thoughts would end up in the proposal as well. Then when it gets to drafting the proposal, the speakers have explained this well. So I typically start with getting a checklist for the submission. It just gives me an idea of what I need to prepare, and then just follow all the requirements for the proposal structure, address all the required field. I want to emphasize the preliminary results. I feel this is a very important area or field, because this is where you can convince other people, show other people your proposed ideas work. From a reviewer's perspective, I've seen proposals that included a lot of preliminary results, but the results didn't support or strengthen the proposal. So in that case, it helps fill the pages, but it doesn't really help. And then when I prepare the proposal, I always think about the alignment of the work, the personnel, and the budget. It's for my own clarity, and also I think that helps for reviewers to see how the work will be done. And the format and the details have been emphasized by both speakers. So the details sometimes is very important. I mean, it is very important. If there are grammar mistakes, inconsistency in format, it just shows the reviewers it wasn't carefully prepared. And in the last phase, when I review the proposals, I would go back to check the feasibility of the idea, the proposal, if my idea and the proposed approach align with the personnel, facility, equipment, and the budget and timeline. And also make sure everything is completed. Is complete, and go back to double check with the format again. And of course, internal review is necessary. Always get input from all co-PIs, and if time allows, get some additional reviewers to look at it. So that's something I haven't been really good at. I never had the time to really send it out for a formal review, but that's something that will be really helpful. So lastly, I'll wrap it up with my take-home messages. So plan enough time for the proposal. If it's due within a month, and I know I have other things on my schedule, then I'd rather wait than submitting something sloppy. And then once you plan the time, make sure you also spend enough time on the proposal. And in case you didn't get it, be persistent, and you can always improve and get better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jing. I particularly loved that pro tip about, okay, on average, it takes about 100 to 200 hours to prep these proposals. That's really helpful to hear, and just a good level setting. And I also really appreciated your comments about the diversity of institutions and the differences between R1 and other institutions and how that can impact your trajectory. So thank you for all of that. And with that, we're going to move into our final speaker for this section. Last but not least, we're going to move in to hearing from Rohan. Rohan Shirwaiker is an interdisciplinary educator, researcher, and thought leader working at the intersection of advanced manufacturing and biotechnology. His expertise spans products, processes, and systems engineering for applications in regenerative medicine and sustainable food systems. His research leverages computational modeling, experimental methods, and data analytics to advance biomanufacturing science and technology for engineering biomimetic biological systems. His work has been supported by public and private entities, including the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, Army Biofab USA, and the Bezos Earth Fund. At the Bezos Center at NC State, he leads a diverse team of researchers, educators, and trainees working closely with industry collaborators like GFI to address critical pre-competitive challenges in the biomanufacturing of alternative proteins. He is a fellow of IISE and a recipient of awards including the NSF Career and SME Outstanding Young Manufacturing Engineer. He is also actively engaged in professional service, holding leadership roles in regional, national, and international scholarly and community initiatives. And we're really lucky that Rohan's joining us today because he's about to fly off to India. So super grateful that you're taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us today. And with that, I will hand it over to you.
Thank you, Bianca. And it's a pleasure to be here and to be able to share some of my perspectives. Uh, I think Rosalyn, and Jing did a fantastic job highlighting the proposal development process, some of the key things you need to focus on as you develop through these important things to keep in mind as not just during the process, but after the process, if it gets funded, the post-award minutia. What I'll do is I'll try to bring this home by sharing some practical advice. I'm the senior most of the group here, so I'm going to take the liberty to be a little more philosophical and really try to tie in some of the things. So as I speak about and reflect on my journey, I'll give you some specific examples from my career, but I won't necessarily go into as much depth as the other three speakers. I'll try to speak of it more from a research program development perspectives and how proposals can fit within it, as opposed to developing a specific proposal. Again, keeping in mind, as we've already heard, different people have different journeys. There's different ways to be successful. So what I'm sharing are my experiences, my perspectives. They certainly vary from those of my friends and other colleagues who are also extremely successful. So just keep that in mind. I think when I attend workshops like these, and I attended quite a bit of these when I was an assistant professor or an associate professor, it's important to take home the key messages, but also try to align them with your own vision, your own values, your own professional goals. So don't just copy anybody's advice for the sake of it. Your path may look very, very different based on everything you've experienced. I will start on that note with sharing a little bit of my own journey. Like the others, my journey has been fairly different. I would say my journey has also been non-traditional because I'm an industrial and systems engineer by training, and that's where I'm based in academia. I'm not a trained bioengineer, I'm not a trained food scientist, but the research that I've done in my career is really focused on these topics that I have some of the fundamental skill sets in manufacturing, and I've applied these to these new areas. So my point in sharing some of this is also that you may have a very non-traditional pathway, and that's okay. To work in this field in alternative proteins specifically, you don't have to be just a trained food scientist or a bioengineer. You may have other skill sets which could become extremely relevant to the field as well. So please feel free to explore and contribute to this growing field using your skill set. For me, I didn't do a postdoc. I went directly from my PhD to an assistant professor. And when I became an assistant professor, I really wanted to work into a completely new area that had nothing to do with my PhD dissertation. So the first few years of me being an assistant professor on tenure track were sort of like moonlighting as a postdoc and doing my own research while learning things, and then certainly working with students, advising them on an emerging area. Bioprinting is where I started my work. And so for me, for my path, it took a long time to be successful and get my first big research grant. However, a lot of experiences helped along the way. One of the things that really helped me was, and I'm very thankful for that, is these internal seed grants. Even when I was a student, a PhD student, I had the opportunities, thanks to my advisor, to write an industry seed grant, another grant for an internal program. And I was successful, and that really helped quite a bit. Even when I became an assistant professor, I went after some of the smaller pots of money that are typically easier to get than, let's say, an NSF or NIH or USDA at the get-go. And even the small pots of money helped me generate pilot data that is then needed to go for big grants. It helped me start building some of the collaborations, and we heard about it from all three of the other speakers, how that can become important. Even after I got tenure and throughout my journey, including today, I still always write internal grants, seed funding grants where it makes sense, because they can go a long way for sure. While this was happening, I did get my first NSF grant in year 4 of being an assistant professor. That's typically very late for most people. And I was okay with that. That was a part of the risk I took when I decided to start working in a very new area as an assistant professor myself. And until I got my first NSF grant, there's a lot that went behind the proposal writing process. As a student, I did have an opportunity to write an NSF proposal as well as an NIH proposal. They got declined. That experience helped. Until I got this first NSF grant, I'm not embarrassed to say this. I submitted at least 10 to 15 proposals as a PI or a co-PI that got declined. Some got very close, but nonetheless got declined. However, once I got my first NSF grant and really a good sense of how proposal writing works, what successful grant writing looks like, that certainly helped me in future, because immediately the following year I got my NSF career grant. I got that on my second try. And following that, I was successful with getting some other federal grants, including NIH, R21R01s, NSF MRI. Now, along this journey, as I was working on these grants, most of them were grants with collaborators. Again, that's something I've cherished doing, and especially working in really emerging areas, collaborations can bring a lot of value. So other than my career grant and some other unsuccessful proposals, I've mostly worked with teams of people on more traditional grants like this. But I really had an opportunity, even as an assistant professor, to start working, getting involved with larger center level, institute level kind of proposals. I worked on Manufacturing USA Institute proposal, several NSF Engineering Research Center planning grants, as well as proposals. Some others, many I started working on them as just a senior personnel on the ground, just absorbing the process from others in the room. Then eventually transitioned to being a co-PI on some of these, and then even wrote some as a PI. Again, most of them were unsuccessful, but I'm not sorry or embarrassed about that, because the whole experience of doing it and learning, including from the feedback, was extremely helpful. Along the way, I was able to contribute in a very small way to an NIH P41 center level grant in a very small capacity. But again, I could very clearly start seeing what success can look like in some of these larger proposals. And all of these helped me eventually towards the current Bezos Center grant. It's a $30 million 5-year investment. I'm the PI of the grant and the director. And really all those early failures, as well as the successes from other grants, including the career grant, really helped me get to this. So that's sort of one takeaway message from this, right? Failures happen. Even as a senior professor, I still write proposals that don't get funded, and that's okay. And that's where some of the next few things I'm going to share with you come into play. I'm going to share a couple of things first that are related to mindsets that are going to matter as you not only submit one proposal, but develop multiple proposals and a program. So I'll talk about mindset as well as some strategic choices that matter. So first thing first, I think I've to come to learn this and really appreciate this is we want to work on ideas around real problems, not trends. If you're trying to chase a trend in a proposal, it's probably already too late, because as we all know, it's very competitive, certainly right now. And once something has become a trend, there's already others ahead of you. So it's very important to also think of some real and meaningful problems, and ideas can come from many different ways. They can just emerge from conversations over coffee, attending conference talks, certainly your own failures and conversations with industry, So gaps are not always written in literature. Just, I think, conversations, there's a lot of unwritten gaps that you could identify. In case of my own career proposal, I actually got the basic idea for that sitting in a conference talk that had nothing to do with bioprinting. It was a talk about polymer composites in a more traditional manufacturing conference. But just being there, I think something clicked, and I was able to connect the approach that my colleagues there were using towards a very different problem. And that seed that was sparked at a conference talk really helped me build an entire set of grants and program later. So always keep an open mind. There's no shame in being the odd man out. I think in this funding environment, especially, you need to clearly distinguish yourself from others, including in the ideas. And so definitely think of real life problems. These days, I often think of some of these problems when I decide to write a grant on what some of the urgent needs are and what the lasting impact of that work might be. And so I use a combination of those to sort of make a decision on what to pursue and put effort, those 100+ hours in writing that proposal. The second thing, I think this is also something I've come to learn. Be confident about the ideas that you decide to pursue. If you are not confident in your own ideas, I can guarantee you the reviewers will not be. But don't be too attached. Oftentimes, we always think our ideas are great. In hindsight, that's not always true. So start with the belief in the idea, but do remain flexible. You need to understand when you may need to change your execution plan, or sometimes when to give up on an idea because it might be too early for its time. You need to be strategic about things as well. So don't get too attached. Certainly be confident, believe in yourself, but know when to pivot if necessary. The next couple of things really relate to, again, when you go after proposals and selecting the proposals and the kind of proposals you write. Things do vary in the nature of the proposals you should ideally go after when you are a much junior professor than a senior professor. And so, again, my suggestion is to prioritize that impact, look at some real niche problems and the impact that your work can make. Don't look at empire building, so to speak. In early stages of your career, you will have other opportunities in future to grow your lab really big and make impact in other different ways. But especially when you're starting, don't go too big on questions. Focus on the meaningful ones that will help you become successful. And towards that, I think that philosophy I was highlighting from my own experiences earlier, no money is small money for the most part. And the seed funding grants, that helps you build that early momentum. You get some good data that helps you. You're certainly building some credibility and some publications that can come out of that work. And it also helps de-risk some of the other efforts you want to take in that research direction that will help you pivot if necessary based on that pilot work. So definitely be very strategic about this. Also, this is something I still struggle with till date in trying to make a proposal a perfect proposal. There is no such thing as a perfect proposal. Even my career proposal that got funded, I submitted it, and a month later, when I was reading through it, I was starting to find these small typos here and there, or something new clicked. Instead of proposing it this way, maybe this is how I should have proposed. It's good to make notes like that, but don't fret over it. Your aim is to have a nice idea, do the best job. It's certainly not to make it flawless. Otherwise, you'll spend all your time doing that. As faculty, most of us have other responsibilities too, so you have to be realistic. And my experience has been that to get funded, your proposal doesn't have to be perfect. It needs to be a good idea, very strategic, and right place or venue, right time, all of that matters. The other thing, when we write proposals, we get reviews. Oftentimes, the first thing I used to do certainly was really curse the reviewers and say they have no idea what they are talking about. I have such a good idea. They're making all these comments. But I've learned that, yes, when it's basically when you get review, especially from a panel, it's the collective wisdom of the group, and there is really a lot of value in it. Yes, maybe some things there they misinterpreted, but there is always something in there that can help you improve the next time you make the submission. Maybe you had that great idea, you were just not able to convey it correctly, and so that's really a flaw in your storytelling, if you will. So take it seriously, but definitely don't take it personally. It's not a judgment on who you are as a researcher or otherwise. And finally, on the mindsets thing, know when to park an idea. This is very important. It does happen that sometimes you'll have ideas that are ahead of time. Just making a note of these things and being able to revisit them at a future time, it's not a bad idea. This sort of relates to some of the other things I mentioned. Don't get too attached, be very realistic, see where, based on if your proposal was declined the first time, really evaluate if it is the right time to revise and submit it, or you need too much more information, or the field hasn't really advanced to that point yet, or you need to go after a different funding agency for that work. So be very strategic there. The other set of things I'll briefly touch upon here is the strategic choices that matter, right? Again, this is really reiterating what we heard from the other panelists. Know your landscape, right? Be aware of who your competitors are. Be certainly aware of the reviewers. Being able to review proposals for these programs is always helpful. There is so much you can learn from that experience. Also be aware of the unspoken norms in the field or a funding program. So when I was going for my NSF career, and through just a variety of networking, talking to people, serving on panels, I learned that for that particular program, having a strong computational modeling component was as important as having an experimental component. And there was sort of this balance that reviewers in that program typically ended up looking for. So if you couldn't be too heavy on the computation side, or just purely have one computational model in there and really rely the rest on experiments. It was depending on the idea, finding the right balance. But that was, as I found out later, very typical for that program. Some other programs that may not be the case. So again, be very strategic in studying the RFP and studying the program that you want to apply for, so that way your effort is all channeled in the right direction. Alignment with institution is also very important. And whether you like it or not, institutional buy-in is going to be very important for your work, for your program to be successful. So getting your department head, your dean on board, especially if you are working in a new and emerging area, and certainly alternative proteins can be received differently at different institutions. So make sure you are working towards that buy-in early. Sooner than later, you're going to start needing support letters from your administration for some types of proposals. And so getting that alignment between what you're thinking you want to build your research program toward and that it aligns with your institutional mission and goals, I think is important in the longer run for you to be successful at that institution with your proposals. We heard a few things about collaborations. I think that's very, very important, right? I will say be very careful and choose collaborators with the right fit. At the end of the day, the vibe is important. The vibes should match, alignment. It's not about just how good a researcher somebody is, or how good a person somebody is. I think there's things beyond that where your goals have to align, you're just thinking, your working style. And so make sure you do that. Go for substance. Don't try to collaborate with somebody most of the times just because it's a big lab or a known person in the field. Like, take some time to really make sure aligned. Again, in the long run, this will benefit you quite a bit. So be very real about these things. Lastly, be very intentional about feedback you seek. So when writing proposals, I think our colleagues very rightly highlighted getting some senior people or others who can dedicate time to your proposal will be helpful. Uh, just quantity doesn't matter. In fact, I would say don't go after too much feedback, because if you get too many voices, it will dilute your proposal, dilute your idea, and confuse you even more. So seek the right confidants, the right mix of people that you think can provide you meaningful feedback in a timely manner. Lastly, I think in this kind of funding environment, be willing to stretch. Again, you have skill sets that you have developed through your PhD, through your postdoc potentially, that could apply to other fields, to new fields you may not have thought about. So again, be willing to stretch and apply your knowledge to emerging areas. And just I'll conclude with this last note. These things happened to me in the same week, right? I found out my $30 million grant was going to be funded. And the same week, an internal proposal that I wrote, which has a much higher chance of funding, typically for a very small amount in the scheme of things, was rejected, right? Why I say this, I think it's very important as you start becoming successful, still be humble, being ready to reinvent yourself. Like I said, I never have given up on working on seed proposals, because with new ideas, that still helps. And so hopefully these lessons I shared with you some of them will come valuable to you as you move forward. So thanks again, and happy to answer any questions during the panel.
Thank you so much, Rohan. So many useful insights in this talk. Some of the things that stuck with me were the importance of seed grants and how many opportunities there are internally, especially as we're thinking about difficulties we might be facing externally. And then I loved that reminder to not hold on to perfectionism too much, not get too attached to our ideas. And then this closing reminder is so relevant of just, the path to success is also aligned with some no's, and that's an important learning opportunity. So thank you again for sharing that. And it's so lovely to see the diversity of experience that you all are bringing and the ways that your knowledge and your experience are complementing each other. So with that, I'm going to ask the audience to join me in just thanking all four of our speakers for their time in presenting these wonderful presentations. Please add your questions to the Q&A box. We'll be doing a panel with all four of our researchers so that they can answer all of your questions and give you some more details about all of the tidbits of information that they gave us as teasers during these quick talks. So thank you again to all four of you for taking the time to share that with us. And we are going to move into one more break. We're going to ask you all to return at 3:30 so we can kick off our panel. Maybe use this time to come up with your questions and add them into the box. And I'm looking forward to a really lively discussion. So thanks, everyone. See you after the break. Hey, everyone. We're going to ask you to start coming back from your break so that we can move into our panel with our researchers. Okay. So the way that this is going to work is that I will read out the questions that have come through our Q&A box. Reminder to the audience, you can keep adding questions to this. And if there are ones that are similar, I'll kind of bucket them together. And unless someone specifies in the chat, or sorry, in the Q&A box, I'm going to assume that these questions are for all four of our researchers. So I will ask each of you to kind of provide your own perspective on the question, unless you feel like the people before you have fully covered everything that you would want to say. Okay, so to kick it off, I kind of put two questions together around budgeting in your proposals. So how do you decide an appropriate budget for your proposal? Jing, I know you mentioned some of your strategies for thinking about people and contributions and how to think about that. But I'd love to hear a little bit from each of you about how to allocate a budget and kind of weight different segments of your proposal.
I'm happy to maybe take a first stab just at a couple of things. I think you need to be able to distinguish between must-haves and nice-to-haves from a budget perspective. And like Rosalyn was saying, students, for example, is like key. You really cannot be successful without having a student. So starting there, then recognizing, I think from a supplies, especially for experimental work, again, what's the bare minimum that you need to be still successful and what's nice to have, and then sort of plan that accordingly. Travel can also be important, but I typically prioritize travel funds less than students, certainly, or supplies. The other category that can become important, especially as a young professor, is open access fees for journals. Some of the good journals especially do have that. That does help you get some visibility, and so I think that could also be important. But again, in the order of things, you need to prioritize where things stand. And lastly, I will say, as an assistant professor, if you already have startup, while you're writing some of these, that's where also you can sort of look at where startup can be used and can help really supplement that grant if you get it to be successful.
Yeah, I can add a little bit. Yeah, I think that's a very good point to differentiate what's must to have and like what's nice to have. So regarding allocating funds among PI co-PIs, so the way I approach it is, of course, when you come up with project, you know what you plan to do and what's the focus you want to have. So the initial allocation will be based on how much you want to emphasize for each type of work, right? If you have three objectives, is the first one the major one you want to spend 50% of the time and the fund on, are they gonna be all 1/3 of the effort? So from there, I'll have a general idea of which part to focus on, how to allocate the resources generally, and then based on the PI's expertise, PI co-PI's expertise, maybe each person will focus on one objective, or maybe two people will collaborate on certain objective. Then based on the responsibilities and the workload, we further divide the fund. And then when it comes to an individual's budget, and then I think that's what Johan mentioned, just like Rohan mentioned, just consider what you want to prioritize, what are the must-haves. Yeah, thanks.
The only thing I would add, I would completely agree, is really if you can definitely talk to the program officers. I was recently submitting a grant to a foundation, and they said they didn't want to see a lot of personnel on there, so that helps you to kind of understand where you should budget things, and also the scale of the project. So if I can't have a full student on a project, I can't do as much, and so don't overpromise with limited supplies. If they don't want to see a full student, then they can't expect that kind of work. And maybe you can have master's students, which are free at my institution, do some of the work, but then again, they also don't have as much time and they have other commitments with classes, so that also limits what you can propose. So just be consistent with how much you can accomplish and how much you budget, and as much as possible get feedback and make sure you're aligned with the goals of wherever you're submitting to.
I want to we should share a little bit about there's some information question about equipment. Some funding agencies, they may allow you to put some equipment purchases, but they have some limitation about how much amount you should put. So if your RFP is saying you can put equipment, with that if you do need one and that's a fair prices, you can put there. You're more than welcome to put it. But sometimes I do have the struggle to, for example, I really need this kind of equipment, but same time I could actually contract with a commercial services, right, for some company, and they can do that for me. So yeah, if you really need this equipment to do a lot of experiment, not only for this proposal but also for future research, then I would recommend that you budget that. But if you only need for those proposals, and that is not you probably need 40,000 or sometimes a little bit less than that, and your equipment costs you about 100,000 even more. So you may consider to do a contract services with a commercial companies. And if you decided to move to that directions, then you probably need a quote before you write a proposal. If you have a quote from that company and then it will be more convincing because sometimes you put that budget on, say, like, I need about 30,000 or even more for the analytical service or some other services. Then if you have to quote, that'll be more convincing. Thank you.
Thank you all for those insights. Lots of great perspectives about the physical stuff that you need to do your research, the people that you need to do your research, considering different student stages and all of that. So that's really helpful. I'm curious if any of you have had experiences where you submitted a budget as part of your proposal and then you won the award, and then you actually realized as you were kind of carrying out the research that that you kind of had misallocated the budget or wish you had kind of done it slightly differently. Like, have you had any kind of retrospective learnings from actually being successful in these proposals? Rosalyn, I saw you nod, so maybe you can start this off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. I think sometimes you just don't know how long things will take for students, and I think that was mentioned earlier too, or how much things will cost, and then things change. Like the pandemic screwed prices up all over the place, and so there's also tons of external factors. But you can just reach out to them, and usually they'll be really accommodating on putting things in different buckets. I've never had any issues with that. But also I'm more junior, so maybe someone more senior could give their perspective.
Yeah, I will say I think hopefully everybody on the call is aware, but if you haven't had a successful proposal yet or working towards it, you can always rebudget. Most agencies allow you to rebudget. There is also opportunities for no cost extension if you have some budget left and some goals that you still need to complete. Again, could also always be exceptions with some agencies, but for the most part, they will allow you to do these things. And like Rosalind said, 100% of the times, how you plan it is not necessarily how it goes, and you would have to make some adjustments. There is also some flexibility, by the way. So many type of agencies have like a 10% buffer where your budget spending could vary in any given category by 10%, and you don't have to rebudget it. So be aware of this, and your institutional research offices can help you with some of this.
Yeah, I totally agree that our rebudgeting. I mean, I have a couple grants that I did rebudget. Yeah, it's, for example, if you hire a postdoc and then your postdoc get a job in the middle of the employment, then you only have half a year. Then what are you going to do? So you most likely you're gonna do the rebudget, or you have other sense that you want to rebudget. This my experience is if you want plan to do rebudget, do it as early as you can, because that process it takes some time because it needs the sponsors to sign a new agreement or revised agreement. So that's back first. For my case, sometimes take a couple months. So I hope that when you want to do the rebudget, take that kind of time into considerations. Thank you.
Jing, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think they all touch on it. I think the budget portion, I mean, no one can exactly predict how the budget will go. So there's typically some buffering range. And if you need to do a budget justification, typically that will be approved. They just need to submit it to the funding agency.
One of the many joys of science is not necessarily knowing exactly how it's going to unfold. So
yeah. I mean, as long as it's reasonable, right? You can justify the use and why you make the changes. I think that would be good.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We have an audience question on what is the #1 mistake you see researchers make when describing alternative protein work to a generalist panel?
I can start us off, and I don't think that there is like one #1 mistake I've seen across. I will just say different. It's being an emerging field, right? Nowadays, at least, you can find reviewers who exactly work in that field. Until a few years ago, you were borrowing reviewers from tissue engineering or just basic food science, and so now that has evolved. However, I think you need to sort of stay true to the merits. I will often say don't spend too much time on the motivation and the standard facts that are known. Don't spend a page of the introduction talking about all the statistics that are already known. avoid taking an activism angle in any of these proposals. Sometimes you see that, be very science oriented. At least with most agencies you will submit to, federal agencies and others, that they are really interested in the science, the translation, like those aspects. So focus on those. Um, I also liked how Rosalind shared her experience about how your learnings in this proposal could help other fields too. Certainly, in an emerging field like this, that becomes extremely beneficial. So maybe those three things from me.
I'll say I haven't served on a panel actually where I've read one, but I imagine just something I was scared of was maybe like offending someone. Like maybe if they are a meat eater, you want to like kind of just think about like all the different personalities that could be reading it, and maybe just trying to keep it, yeah, again, focused on the science. I think is the best way to go about it. That way, no matter who you get, you're gonna strike a good chord with them.
I will add a caveat though, especially if you're going to private foundations. Most private foundations have a very specific goal in mind and a mission. So sometimes ignore my advice that I gave for federal, and if they are very mission oriented in a particular way, then perhaps you do want to stress, still focus on the merit of your science, but still then you can stress on why it is very important to advancing whatever their mission might be, whether it's animal welfare, climate, or something else.
It's a really important reminder, and echoing some of what Constance had said at the beginning of the workshop about matching your audience and making sure that you really understand the RFA and or RFP, and making sure that you're taking the time to get to know the funders and kind of their background, what they're interested in, all of their priorities. And that kind of it leads to another question I have, Rohan. If you're comfortable sharing a little bit about, obviously you are now representing this Bezos Center, and I wonder if you want to speak at all to kind of receiving funding from the Bezos Fund and kind of aligning your work with the goals that they had put forward.
Yeah, I'll just share a couple of anecdotes really quickly. So when we were writing that proposal, we definitely had to study the foundation and understand what their priorities are, where they're funding from. We really analyzed the RFP to death, really trying to understand exactly what they're looking for, and then trying to write our narrative to that. That was sort of one. But eventually, the way that the process worked in this particular case, the eventual decision maker for them was Mr. Jeff Bezos. And so after the initial rounds of the more standard peer reviews, we found out that for these to be eventually funded, Mr. Bezos and the board, they make the final decision. So peer reviewers may like it, but if they don't like it, and so we had to rewrite the proposal in a particular way that would be most meaningful to people who would be reading it and making the final decision. And that took some strategy and that took some effort. How do you step back from being this very technical researcher and explain it to somebody who is still very science oriented, but also very business and impact oriented? And I'm sure it will vary from a Gates Foundation to a Zuckerberg Foundation and others.
Thank you for that. And I love the reminder to know your audience and also stay very evidence-based. It's something that we feel really strongly about at GFI, and love seeing that out in the world. And I think for our scientific community, for the research community, it makes a lot of sense to center the science that you're doing. And also, I love what all of you have mentioned about emphasizing that this foundational science has implications that we might not even know about yet, right? And that's kind of how so many of these fields have come about, where something might get funded for one reason and later it turns out that that technology is really useful for something else. So kind of keeping the long game in mind is really helpful for all of these things, especially when it can feel tricky in the moment. I'm curious for all of you how, or if you're kind of shifting any of your messaging, or let's say like the intro of your proposals over the past couple of years to reflect changing priorities, or what your experience with that has been. I'm gonna ask you to go first because I think you and Jing didn't have a chance to answer the last question.
Sure, yeah. Like for the intro, I think when I start writing very early time, for my being a faculty, I started to write proposal for the intro part. Till nowadays, I think the main difference is the main change is the problem statement. Right? Before I was do quite a lot of general descriptions, but nowadays I think I want to use that kind of limited space to describe a little bit more about the problems and the gaps, the novelty and the impact. So that's the for the intros. Um, yeah, I'm not sure that will be detailed enough.
Yeah, so I can go next. So for the intro, I feel now like people are more and more familiar with this field. I used to be more comprehensive, showing a lot of data on the alternative proteins, but now like I keep that one brief, that introduction brief, especially like also it depends on the funding agency. Like if you're applying to GFI, I mean, GFI has all these data. They don't need you to repeat it to them again. So I think overall this field has gained, like people are more aware of this field. So my introduction regarding the whole field, the justification regarding sustainability and all those become more brief. And then, yeah, so as the other speakers mentioned, I switched to more focus on the science and identification of the problems and try to tie that to industry needs. I think the application is something that are more and more emphasized. Some funding agency requires the application component or technology transfer component. Even if they don't require, sometimes they encourage like industry collaborations or those. I mean, having a way to transfer the knowledge would be important. So showing a need in the actual field would be something I included more.
Rosalyn and Rohan, do either of you want to add to that?
No, I think Da and Jing did a great job.
Yeah, I think yeah, that was a great summary. I think again, just kind of broken record maybe is just this idea of just be really clear about what they're looking for. And so maybe the question was trying to get at this idea that maybe priorities have changed a little bit, in different capacities in the government, for example. And so just read the language that they're looking for and what their priorities are and just match it.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Rosalind, we have a question kind of building off of what you said, and then for all of you going forward from that. We have an audience member who wants to hear a little bit more about who the first readers of your proposal drafts would be. And do you find it more helpful to have a peer in the alt protein space review it, or someone completely outside of the field to kind of test it for clarity?
I think the first people I send it to are like mentors that are probably closer to the field. But then at least in my case, yeah, I sent it to people outside of the field too, because I just really wanted to make sure I knew what people were going to focus on. And yeah, so someone maybe not as close to the science, someone who maybe is just going to think about it more in the broad picture. But I think you really could do either. I don't know if there's a right way to do that.
Yeah, so for me, like the first readers besides myself would be like other co-PIs, team members. So I know like when preparing a proposal, we work as a team, co-PI contributes, but as Dan mentioned, most of the time like PI is the one who does the heavy lifting and organize everything. So I would, yeah, definitely after putting it together, I would share with the team member first, getting feedback, and discuss anything we need to change before sharing it with other people for feedback.
Now I'll add a couple of quick things. One, I think being strategic is very important. So I put a lot of thought into who I send it, and I always do send it to a much smaller group because, like I was saying, otherwise you get so diluted, it becomes very difficult. So when I reach out to a set of reviewers to help me initially, I do it with a very specific target in mind. So from person one, there is really specific advice that related to this that I'm looking for more. And sometimes I will share this with them when I share the proposal and saying, because their time is also valuable. So I say, focus on this and give me some feedback on this. So again, having some sort of plan is very important than just sending it around to 50 people and saying, give me feedback. The second, I think strategically, you need to be careful sending it out beyond your core group because once somebody reads your proposal, there is a conflict of interest. They could have been a potential panelist and also maybe a supporter for your work. But the fact that you send your proposal to them and they provide feedback, if they were on the review panel, they would excuse themselves. So sometimes you need to be strategic about that. So yeah, just be very careful and plan things as you go.
Yeah, I don't have much experience about that because I usually find out myself that pretty much run out of time when I get the proposal ready and it's almost close to the deadline, so I didn't have chances to send to the peers for further like reviewing. But I would say if I do have chances, I normally send to the senior professors that's not in my area. Because sometimes when people review your proposal, they may not be in that area neither. Since you are the expert in your area, that is most likely the things that you are good at, you make it pretty good, pretty good shape. Then you want people outside of your area to see whether what you are writing will be understandable and the proposal does mean a lot of sense. So yeah, that's my experience.
I very much relate to that feeling of being out of time and not necessarily having as much time to ask for um, feedback from peers as you might want. And I'm also just appreciating the different approaches that you all take, where some people prefer to start kind of with mentors, some people start with people who are slightly outside of the field. And there's also merit to kind of having a targeted approach where you ask one person for a very specific type of feedback. So my conclusion from this is that there are many different ways to think about this that can work for your style and your research area, which is so lovely to hear. So thank you for that. We have another audience question about kind of the role of AI in your process. So as AI tools become more common, how do you all view the role of these tools, or how do you, if at all, how do you implement them in your writing process, and what do you think we should consider with regards to that?
So one thing I will say, I think different agencies are still developing their policy, right? Things evolve. You just want to be very careful if an agency says they don't want you to use AI and they are using some AI checkers behind the scene. Better safe than sorry and be conservative. If there is nothing in written policy, I don't see why that cannot help you refine some of your writing and flow uh, towards it. So I definitely use AI when it's allowed and when needed because I find it to be valuable in the storytelling part of it and helping me be more effective in forwarding. I don't use it for idea generation and writing the whole proposal, but more from an improvement perspective. The other way I use AI is also just ideating for figures. Again, there are some very specific ones that help you make figures, and that's okay. Oftentimes, when I'm trying to convey some difficult concepts or like summarize or synthesize a lot of the key merits of the proposal in like that one figure, I use AI to brainstorm and come up with that graphic.
Yeah, I think I can share like what I use for AI. Yes, of course I use it. So I normally there are two places that I use, no, three places. One is so if I have an idea and I don't know whether that's gonna be very novel, so I'm gonna ask AI to see whether there's any whether ask AI could help check the relevant informations or anything that relevant to this. And then And then after that, I will also like, check by myself to make sure that there's the novelty will be there. So that's the first place. Second is the sometimes we say some formatting stuff or some we say language, where I have to say this AI writing is the language. You probably want to just sometimes they will do very general writings. The writings is very broad and not very specific. So just want them, I normally write and ask them to, check the grammars. If I don't have a good English professor help me to do the proofreading. So the third place is to, you can ask AI to, as a reviewer, right? You can, after your proposal is developed, you can ask AI saying like, if you are the reviewer in those panels, so, what do you think of this proposal? So, and they will probably give you some feedbacks. Some of them are useful to me. So you could take a look to see whether you can do a further improvement and whether the impact is enough or whether the significance is obvious or not. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I don't use AI that much for proposals. I use it more for kind of like revising grammar for like things like student recommendation letters, like if I'm working on a new topic or looking at some new concept that I don't have much idea with, I would ask AI and keep asking ChatGPT to help me understand the subject. But when it comes to proposal writing, sometimes like it's helpful to use it to reword and like come up with the grammar. So when I write, I'm a pretty slow writer, so it may take me a while. But sometimes, yeah, I can just jot down my ideas and ask AI to help me reword it, and that makes things much faster.
Yeah, very similar. I definitely use it for reference letters, but not grant writing right now. I will use it to, yeah, help messaging sometimes. I think that's what it's really built to do well, and it does do that. I will say when I've like fed it papers to read, it often summarizes them wrong. And like I guess I just don't trust it. And even actually looking for novelty, I don't know if I don't know if that would be I haven't tried a lot of it, but I just feel like when I have tried it, it hasn't impressed me. So I may be behind a little bit on the use of it, but yeah, I think that's good for editing and grammar. Um, yeah, that's my take.
I share a lot of your hesitations, but I appreciate hearing everyone's kind of pro tips on how to use it and where you found it useful. And maybe we can all kind of experiment and share our best practices that we've learned from each other. Kind of on the other end of the spectrum, we have an audience question about whether you involve graduate students in your writing or early or younger researchers in your writing process, and if so, why or why not?
100%. I'm a big advocate of this, and so I jumped into answering this. My own career proposal, I actually sat for an entire week as I was refining it with a graduate student and me on our laptops working in real time and refining. I think it's very valuable more to the students, but also it helps you get that other perspective. But these students, especially the ones going to academia, if somebody has told me they have no interest in academia, I may not involve them as much. But other than that, and I benefited myself as a graduate student is when I started working on helping my advisor with proposals. I can't thank him enough for involving me then. And so from my perspective, I continue to follow the trend. Also, students are at the cutting edge of things for sure. And I may not have time to read all the latest papers, but they do read things more closely than I do on a more urgent basis, time sensitive basis. And so their value, their ideas, even sometimes from a modeling perspective, some of the practicalities, whether it's experiments or modeling, I should say, because they are in the lab doing those things on a more day-to-day basis. That has helped me quite a bit. And I do think that has helped the success of some of my proposals.
Yeah, I can't talk. I have a different experience. So as I mentioned earlier, like like the institution I've been working with at Cal State A, we only have undergraduate students, and now we have master students, but they are pretty like I would say like, so we previously have foods and nutrition students, and the master program is in nutritional science. So they work with us on food science topics, but they don't have that much food science background. And we just had our food science master program started last year. Finally, we have our first cohort of food science graduate students. So it's very difficult for me to work with them. But this year I had a student preparing their proposals for internal grant application. So that's a graduate student research fund. It needs to be submitted from students. So I have them draft the proposal and help them revise. So there's definitely differences in different people. Some students are more capable. I can just give general suggestions of what to change, what to add, while some others have to rewrite the whole thing for them. So it definitely depends on the person you're working with.
Maybe I can go next. So yeah, it really depends because students are different, right, to be honest. So if the proposal that I write is very relevant to what a student is working on his or her project, so most like what I normally ask students to do is to get some preliminary data and plot the figures. So I hardly invite graduate student to write the proposals. Right? They might probably only help with the figures and some preliminary data, but not the actual writing.
And I would say in my experience, maybe more similar to Rohan, is that they can be really good at refining ideas and like they're close to the subject matter, especially if they are interested in academia. It can be a really fun process to help make the aims, and then they can help with the preliminary data if we want to see if it works, and maybe that feeds into making new aims because it wasn't quite what you thought it was, and so then they feel a lot more invested when it's actually funded too, and they're the ones working on it. They could also rein you in if you think you could do like so much. They could be like, well, no, actually, I can't do that in a year. They know better maybe because they're working on it. So I think they can be really insightful and help you refine your ideas. And anytime I bounce ideas off of anyone, they always become better. So I find it really rewarding to work with the students on grants.
Awesome. Thank you all for those different perspectives there. Have another question from the audience around what strategies you've used to make alternative protein research feel compelling to broader funding programs, so ones that aren't targeted specifically at this area.
I will say, I think sometimes you do need to be careful, like some programs within some federal institutions, for example, you checked with the program manager and they have said it's not an area of interest to them, very bluntly. Or sometimes it's for a program, sometimes it's for an organization. And if that's the case, I don't even venture at this time to go. But you can make inroads. Recently, I had conversation with a particular program manager at an agency, a particular agency, and they are actually rethinking because the funding structure and things have changed in the last year and a half, 2 years. And so while this agency typically has not funded any alternative protein research, they are rethinking this. Now, when I hear something like that, I might take the risk of submitting to that agency because the review processes, the timelines are different. And I may end up being one of the very few proposals on that topic by the time it comes to review that's something they do want to fund. So but I will say, I think, yeah, some programs just be very careful. If somebody has told you in no uncertain terms it doesn't fit them, then they're probably not point investing effort.
Yeah, so I think my field is a little bit different. I work with plant proteins, and plant protein has been around for decades. So even though it's like one type of alternative proteins, it's not something novel to funding agency, and research in this area has been going on. So I definitely justify its importance based on the sustainability and its application, like increasing applications. But typically, I don't have to kind of like consider that problem.
I well, it's really depends on. I think to me, it's the funding. What kind of funding agents you are targeting? If you are targeting the funding agents that were interested in plant protein, alternative proteins, we'll say this way. Well, their focus is just on those, right? You don't have to emphasize. You just want to emphasize whether the system you used or the technique you use gonna make, for example, we say like provide more value. For example, if you have soy proteins, right? Make it if you want to make it like biodegradable glues or different types of glues, and you have or tissue-based glue, whatever you do. If you want to, if you target that to the soybean board or whatever, and they have that kind of interest application, then yes, you probably want to emphasize that. While for with a lot of general with funding agencies, I'm just talking based on my thoughts. It's not mean that it's correct or not. It's just sharing. So if you were generals, then most likely you're going to emphasize, the broad impact and the unique property of the alternative proteins, which makes it different. What makes it unique and different compared to other proteins or other biomolecules? Then this way, you can show why you can actually make the alternative protein to be a pretty high position because they are actually very very great on certain application, and that applications are very important to certain funding agencies.
Thanks. It's super helpful to hear how your respective fields and the schools that you're housed in or the departments that you're housed in inform how you think about that. So it's really useful to know those distinctions. We have an audience question here kind of about program budgets. So some programs have a budget range that they allow, and what are your kind of opinions or pieces of advice around asking for less than the maximum allowable request? Do you feel that that requires different justification? Have you ever kind of put forth a proposal with a lower budget request than the maximum?
I can start. I think, yeah, for the budget, I mentioned a few times in my presentation, like the budget needs to align with the scope of the work. So even though we all want to get the maximum, out of the minimum amount of funding, but we have to be realistic what can be achieved. And from a reviewer and the experience as a reviewers, I've heard multiple times that people will say the project is proposing too much and they don't either have the time or the fund to work on that. So definitely it's not about the actual amount, it's all about how you align the budget with the work you propose.
Great, thank you for that. Another audience question. Do you feel the need to be politically sensitive when grant writing, given policy matters in some states, or maybe to rephrase, how do current political trends or local political trends influence your grant writing?
I would say, yeah, if you can, I mean, you might as well be neutral. I think that's your best bet. You don't know who's going to read it. If you're doing research in a state that maybe doesn't support that research, then there's not much you can do. But if you can be politically sensitive, then I'd always err on that side. I think it would probably help you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say again, at the end of the day, I still think of it as a researcher and a scientist. and really focus on the scientific merit, also focus on the broader impacts, again, coming more from science, health, environment, and all the good things, and really avoid talking politics because there's always people with different opinions on either side of the aisle. There's nothing you can do to control. But I think you do need to be careful. Like that's where even institutional alignment matters, right? Some institutions, for whatever reason, might not want their faculty to be working in some sensitive areas or emerging. And then, like Rosalind said, there's nothing you can do in that sense. But at the end of the day, if you focus on, I would say for most proposals, most agencies, if you're writing it from a science perspective, most reviewers will look at it from that angle, unless you're making political and advocacy statements that may not have been necessary in the first place.
Yeah, I think just sticking to the evidence, sticking to the research is always a really good policy with regards to these kinds of proposals. I have a question kind of regarding longevity and resilience. So all of you have mentioned that the path to success is often lined with some rejections or some redirections and moments where things don't necessarily go exactly as you predicted. And I'm curious if you all have any strategies for kind of just staying optimistic or keeping yourself motivated or even just grounding yourself when you do potentially receive unfortunate news. Like I know I had heard from a mentor that you should potentially consider keeping a folder in your inbox of like happy things so that on the days when you don't get great news, you can remember, oh, actually, there have been other days that are different. And I'd love to hear any kind of like personal tips and tricks that you all use to keep yourself motivated on the days when things don't look as.
Well, I want to say, oh, let me jump first. I'll say this way, right? It's not my fault. It's the reviewer's fault. They don't like my ideas. That's it. Yeah, but your idea is actually great. You think it's great, but because they don't like ideas. That's it. That will make you feel a little bit better. So yes, for myself, sometimes I think I have a very great idea and I submit it. I didn't get funded. But some other time I think, yeah, I'm afraid this time the proposal will not be funded, but it's funded. So you gotta know that there are a lot of things that run out of control by ourselves. And we can't control who gonna review our like proposals, who gonna like be who is gonna a real expert or is different areas, and maybe the reviewers not have good mood that day. So whatever it is, so always remember that if you write a proposal, if you submit it, you have already done a great job, and if it's not funded, it's not your fault. But after you get the reviewers' comments, I will normally read it carefully. Yeah. And at that time, try not to be moody about what people says. If sometimes their comments are very helpful, then we want to take it seriously. And if we want to decide to resubmission, so we need to address those. Yeah.
I'll say even if I'm a full professor, it still hurts when a proposal gets rejected, and most of my proposals get rejected than not. And so I guess sometimes in your career you learn to accept that as time goes on. But what I will say, I think reflecting back is what's very important for all of us is to remember that this is just one part of our life. Yeah, even in a professional life, right? Many of us still have teaching responsibilities. Some may have extension, other responsibilities, and this is just one of many things. And you also have your personal life. So, sort of sometimes just taking a step back, looking at the bigger picture helps you. It still hurts, but it probably at least helps you appreciate the context of it. Um, Also, I think I've learned over time, I mentioned this in my learnings, just sometimes taking a step back, not immediately being decisive, this is a bad idea or a good idea, just taking a step back, evaluating if it makes sense to resubmit or just give it up and look at different things. I think practically, so being practical like that, it comes with time. So I would say certainly look at that from that way. And finally, I think it is also important, if you can, when something gets rejected, if you can, try to talk to the program manager. Sometimes they have insights from the panel that are not written in it, and they may not be able to share it with you word for word, but sometimes you get good inclination of what they're thinking or what they're trying to convey, and then use that to decide on your next steps.
Yeah, so I would say yeah. So sometimes the ones not funded serves as a reminder how lucky we are to get some of those funded. Yeah, so I I don't have a very good memory. I think that's where it comes into advantage. I don't remember all the ones being rejected. I just move on. And I remember the ones I got funded because I'm working on it. I talk to people about it. So I just keep enhancing my confidence that way. But this is a part of the life. If we submit, then there's chance we get rejected and it's not funded. So I just need to accept it.
I think just to add to all of that, it's just a part of it. You should just have to accept that failure and rejection is just a part of this game, and like that's more often than not the outcome. And if you can do that and surround yourself with a network of people that can also say, "Oh man, I just got one rejected too," or that have someone you go to and you get a cup of coffee and be real mad about it that day, and then the next day you can read through and learn from it. But let yourself also be like, oh man, because it's a lot of work that you put into these, and right, so you can be kind of sad and mad and all the feelings, but then pick yourself back up and learn what you can from it and keep trying. That's the way that I've been trying to focus on it. I have been joking that I should take up golf because I think in my teens I would have never been able to do it, but now like whatever, I think I can handle that. So maybe it just builds with time too. I think I've evolved as a person and handled the rejection better as I go.
I
Thank
just
you.
want to add, like Dan mentioned, sometimes you have when you think it will get awarded, but it's not, and sometimes you think it's not going to be awarded, and it will be. So I think I also have different expectations for my proposals, and I have higher hope for certain ones than others. So it will be those ones, if rejected, I would be kind of like be really. Kind of go back to the comments and look at where I didn't do right. But for some other ones, I kind of know maybe the scope isn't perfectly aligned, or some part we're preparing it in rush and some components were not polished. So I think even though people say the funding chance is a certain percentage, when I submit, I kind of have an estimate expectation for myself.
Yeah, if you try a sponsor for more than 3 or 4 times and they're still not found you can consider put them in the blacklist.
And I'll tell you, I guess one mental approach I've just developed over time. Every time I hit submit a proposal, I sort of tend to forget about it, and my default response is it's not going to get funded. Because then if it does get funded, then you are so happy, and if it's not, you have nothing to lose. That's something I've just trained my mind to do over time.
Yeah, exactly. Same for me.
I love it. That's such helpful advice. And I think we need to start throwing rejection parties and all taking up new sports with our newfound confidence. But I really appreciate those reminders that it's one piece of our lives, and as you said, maybe we're selecting them, not the other way around. So thank you for that. We have about 9 minutes left for questions, so I think we can get a couple more in here. Thank you again for all of your really thoughtful answers and all of that, and also to the audience for providing these excellent questions. So we have a question here about if you could give early career faculty members one piece of insider advice that maybe isn't in any of the guidebooks, what would it be? And even for those of you who are on the earlier career side, I'd still love to hear what your secret advice is.
I can start. I think I shared most things I shared in my proposal really cover my own perspectives. I tried to be not cookie cutter and share that. One thing I will say, maybe it didn't come out explicitly, is don't lose confidence in yourself. Like sometimes initially, especially when it's difficult, right, you start questioning your own abilities. Remember where you are, right? Very few people become faculty, have an opportunity to work as faculty, do research. So clearly, I think look at successes and how we have gotten to where you have gotten and sort of use that as an inspiration. And this is something that was helpful to me. I did reach that point. At some points, I was questioning myself, and 10, 12 proposals and I wasn't successful. So just developing that, trusting your own abilities and really still keeping working hard and keeping that positive attitude. We don't recognize that often, but it's important to remind yourselves of that.
Maybe building off on that a little bit, I think just remember why you're doing it, right? Through all these like ups and downs, like it's because you love the science and you love working with the students and you love collaborating and sharing ideas. And so that helps you keep going and handle those rejections and the bad parts of it, because there's a lot of good that's in it. We're lucky to be able to do this job and it's such a fun one. So just remind yourself of that whenever you're feeling down.
Yeah, for like early career faculty, I think sometimes it feels daunting to apply for grant, especially if it's something like external and major grants. And there's like the RFA, RFP, or like or anything that like NOFO, it could be very long. So just reading those documents kind of like makes people feel it's a big task. My suggestion is just to get to it, just to work on it. As you work on it, you will learn all these components. Learn about the process. Don't wait and always feel like, yeah, that's a big task. No matter how many training or workshops you attend, and it won't help you unless you work on it.
Yeah, I would suggest that find a good mentor to be with you, especially during your earlier when you start, so that person could support you mentally and also scientifically share the experience with you. Yeah.
Rohan, did you have something you wanted to add? I saw that you came off of mute.
Sorry, I don't know why that happened. I wasn't trying to.
No problem. That's all really helpful advice. I think this might be our final question. Let's see how we do on time. How do you think about including collaborators and how do you select them?
Oh, oh, I was just gonna say, I think there should be people that like complement your skill set, but also that you'll enjoy working with. Because if it does get funded, and you get the grant, it should be someone that you enjoy sharing ideas with and meeting with and troubleshooting and doing the whole science, process with. So people that have like-mindedness as far as how they approach the science, and they also complement your skill set too.
And I think also keeping in mind the nature of the program and the proposal, right? Like if you're going for some proposals that are smaller seed funding and some explicitly call out that they need to be collaborative proposals, then I think you have to follow that approach. And Rosalyn shared some great thoughts. But sometimes I'm also careful where if a proposal, a federal proposal, 3-year proposal has this particular award limit, I want to be realistic. If I'm supporting one graduate student and with the supplies I would just need for my part, even if I would want to, there's no room to accommodate a collaborator. So that those are also, I think, the calls that you have to make. Broadly, I think collaborating and if the proposal allows working with somebody, I think it magnifies the impact of the idea and how you even think about the method. So there's a lot of benefits, but sometimes the budget may preclude you from doing that.
Yeah, for me, collaborators are really important. So sometimes, like you have a project idea, and then you look out for collaborators who have the right expertise and the the right chemistry to work together with. But sometimes you have a collaborator, and then you come up with projects together that could take you to new directions. Sometimes those are a very interesting project. So I have a collaborator in biology. We met during an event on campus. She started to come into my lab to use some of the equipment. And as we know each other's work better, so it just developed something that has common interest and goals. And we've been collaborating for years. So it could be both ways.
Yeah, I think if you want to work on some proposal which requires interdisciplinary work, which is a lot of large, with the sponsors that encourage to do so, then yeah, you will need collaborators with different expertise, come from different backgrounds. How to find those? Most likely you can just search from the website, from the university website, or check some publications that with the same institution. So I usually prefer to have someone that from the same institution, if possible. In terms of whether it's going to be assistant or associate or full professors, it really does not matter too much. But what I really need is whether they're going to be able to help for the proposals and for the future, if it's funded for the future, experiment. So if I have a preference, I would say assistant professor would say, based on my experience, I could be wrong, but they will be more responsive. They will probably get back to you pretty quick. And other things that I want to share is, I think that's pretty much all about it. In terms of the collaborations, you also need to plan some budget. So make sure that you be able to say no to certain budget requirement from the KPIs. Sometimes if you find out the budget is really really hard for you to give that much, right? They want that much, while you're not be able to provide that. So just be polite and tell them they're not be able, the budget not allowed. So yeah, don't be like saying that you need to budget enough for yourself. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much for all of those insights. I really want to thank you just for your generosity of time and generosity of spirit and fielding so many different questions. And there are lots of really incredible takeaways for me from this panel, and I'm sure the audience will have their own takeaways too. But I'm definitely going to carry forward a reminder to really focus on the science, focus on the research, and stay optimistic about the fact that we are really lucky to get to do this work, and getting to explore our curiosity in pursuit of new science is quite a privilege, and you all are already rock stars for getting to this point. So I hope you remember that on the days when maybe you don't get the news that you hope for, and we really are in it for the long game. So thank you again for taking the time to join us. It's been such a pleasure to hear from all of you and to get to see your faces and all of that. So thank you again, and then I'm going to pass it over to Nicholas in a second to close us out.
Yes, so thank you all again for your wonderful insights and for helping others on how to advance the field. So to close us out, we're going to go through a few resources that we at the Good Food Institute have that you might find useful as you're building your proposal or searching for funding opportunities. So I'll start out with some of the resources that the research grant program has. One item to note is we do have a research grant program that focuses on funding open access research to address technical bottlenecks and bring new researchers into the field. So we also maintain some resources on external opportunities. So we have the research funding database that tracks relevant funding opportunities for researchers globally. I will note that we have some exciting updates coming to the research funding database, but it's a useful place to look for what opportunities are available. We also have the research grant tracker, which tracks open access research, who it's being funded by, where, at what levels. There's a variety of information up in the research grant tracker. It is updated periodically, so it's not real-time data by any means, but it can be useful for figuring out who's been funding this work, who's been working in this work, and what research is happening now. So I'd encourage you to look at the various resources that we have available through our funding program and that have been dropped in the chat. And I will turn it over to Bianca to discuss some of our community resources.
Awesome. So I mentioned at the beginning that I am the Senior Scientific Partnerships Manager, and what that means is I really work on connecting and supporting our researchers, and that takes a whole bunch of different forms. Some of it is in the form of workshops like the one we're hosting today, and I will say that we really want to put on programs and offerings that are relevant to the things that you all care about. So we know funding is something that's top of mind for everyone, but we are always looking for suggestions for areas that you all would like to hear more about, or things where you think it would be helpful for GFI to bring people together, so that we can make sure that we are putting on things that you actually want to come to and that feel relevant for your lives. So one of the big things that we do is we try and bring people together. We try and bring you expert guidance from people like our panelists today and like Constance. And think about workshops where you all can kind of build these skills and meet each other. So that's like one of the core things that we do. And it's come up a couple times in the chat, but we also work on keeping you informed on the latest developments in the field, and that can happen through things like our new analyses that come out. And I think both Nicholas and I mentioned various resources that GFI puts out. Renee dropped some links in the chat to the reports that I mentioned when I was speaking earlier, but we have a whole host of different analyses and reports that we put out. There's also an entire team that works on things like consumer insights and consumer reports. And our hope with this is both that it will inform the work that you're doing on a day-to-day basis, but also that when you sit down to write things like a grant proposal, that you can just kind of leverage the field analysis that we've already done, so that you don't have to go through and kind of understand the state of the field from scratch, and so that you don't have to kind of source every single document yourself. Like, we're trying to help streamline that process and potentially save you a little bit of time there. So highly recommend that you check out all of the open access resources that we have, the analyses that we put out, the grants database and things like that that Nicholas has already mentioned. And then I will put in a specific plug for our researcher newsletter. And in the next edition of that is going to come out in a couple of weeks towards the end of this month. And that's a great place for quite a few different pieces of information. As an individual researcher, that's a place to kind of get the latest news on what's happening in the field, the latest papers. It's even potentially a place to spotlight your own work. So I'm always looking for feedback from all of you about new things that you're doing that you really want to see shared with the broader research community. We also spotlight collaboration opportunities. So kind of in the spirit of what we were just talking about, if you're trying to find new collaborators, or if you want to advertise a workshop that your institution is having where you want to find new researchers, this is another great place to put that information, or find others who are doing that. And then very relevant to this workshop, we also highlight funding opportunities in there. So every other month, we put together a list of open funding calls. And so that can come straight to your inbox if you sign up for this newsletter. So I would highly recommend that. And then I want to put in a plug for our alternative protein researcher directory, which I highly recommend that you all join, both to get your work out there, and then also so that when people are looking for collaborators, they can go to this directory and they can find you. So this is a public-facing database of researchers who are either actively involved in alternative protein research or interested in getting involved. And when people join the database, they'll also specify the types of collaborations that they're interested in participating in. So whether they're working on joint funding proposals, whether they're interested in mentoring students, whether they have equipment that they're willing to share. So this is a really great opportunity kind of on both sides for you to advertise, hey, I'm looking for a student, or if you're looking for a piece of equipment, it can be a great way to find somebody who might have that, and put yourself out there. And then as you're going through the process of writing your own proposals or trying to assemble your dream team, highly recommend that you check this out as a source for potential collaborators, because this is a list of friendly faces who have all signed up to be available for your requests and potential collaborations. So I would highly recommend that you check that out. And then when you sign up for the directory, you automatically get signed up for the newsletter as well. So then you can get all of these excellent updates from your peers. The other thing that I kind of mentioned earlier is that we have all of these different open access resources. So you can check out our literature library, you can check out our reports. We actually just released our state of the field reports, I think very, very recently. That's a really great place to get a snapshot of everything that's happening across alternative proteins. And again, that's the kind of thing that can help inform your proposals so that you're not kind of digging all of that up from scratch. And it's also just really informative to understand what's happening out in the world. So I'd highly recommend that you check that out. We also are super proud and excited about our student work. So one of the things that GFI helps facilitate is the work of student changemakers. And we do that through the Alt Protein Project, which is our university chapter program that really centers student leadership and really tries to empower students to be at the forefront of the change that they want to see in the world, specifically focused on alternative protein research and training. This program has grown immensely over the years. We're so excited about the shape that it's in right now. And in 2025, we had 71 active chapters across the globe. So this is a really cool opportunity for students, but we'd also love to partner with you to build alternative protein research and training capacity at your institutions. And then as you think about different grant opportunities that might have training or workforce development components, this is a really great mechanism to partner with, or a resource to tap into, and also to think about supporting as mentors and as people with expertise in the field. So if you check out our ecosystem map, we also have this map of where all of the chapters are, and I would highly recommend that you check that out. And for our student leaders, we have a whole resource hub with different tips and tricks for university movement builders that can be helpful, both for the students, but also for the faculty who are mentoring them, or really anyone who's interested in building inclusive communities at their universities. We also have other resources for supporting students that might be relevant both to your research, but also to your teaching goals and your other mentorship goals. So we have a career pathways tool that helps students navigate through different career options and think about emerging opportunities in the alt protein sector and figure out how their interests align with the needs that are popping up in the field. We have a teaching library that holds different open access course materials to help educators design training programs. And this is something that we ask for contributions to as well. So if you give a lecture on alternative proteins and it's really well received, please add that to our library or send that to us. And then we have a free online course that has had over 14,000 enrollees and covers some of the basics of alternative protein science. So if you have students who are interested in learning more and maybe don't have a ton of background in the field, this is a really great place to start. So I'd recommend that you check that out too. And with that, I'd like to thank you so much for your time and attention. I'm going to pass it back to Nicholas for some closing remarks.
Yes, so thank you all for attending. We hope that you've got some valuable insights and tips and tricks on how to undertake your future grant writing endeavors. And we hope a lot of success for all of you in those endeavors. In the coming days, you'll get an email that will include a survey. We'd appreciate your responses to that. We're really trying to examine and design how we build programming, and so your feedback there will be really helpful. You should also get a recording of the this webinar. In fact, all of the registrants should get a recording of the workshop. So hopefully you'll find that useful, and you should feel free to share that with colleagues who may not have been able to attend or may only have been able to attend a part of this workshop. Yes. So thank you so much for coming to the workshop, and we hope you have a great rest of your day.